Yep. Fun. Final Destination.
Final Destination. Oh, there we are.
So,
Yeah.
best movie ever?
You know, it. I was just telling you, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I'll
No,
say that.
it's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Like it's enjoy. It's that type of bad that's enjoyable, rather than the type of bad that makes me want to
Kill yourself.
leave the internet forever.
Huh. What can you do now? It's just a shit.
Uh,
It's
like I would watch the Final Destination, Bloodlines. Oh, wait, I
about.
just. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I just had some audio problems.
Oh shit. That's fine.
No, it was on my end. I fixed it.
Oh well.
Yeah, my headset just died because I forgot to charge it, but I can set it up to the earbud.
That's okay. Yeah. So yeah, Final Destination 6. It's the film that is like what 14 years since the fifth one. I've seen all of them, including all the comics.
I'd seen the first one, and there was another one I saw, but I don't know which one it was.
I think that I don't. I think how to describe it is like the third one, with Mary Elizabeth Winslet.
Yeah.
Is it
I
Mad?
think what's interesting about the movie is actually trying to do something different with the formula, which these types of like horror franchises, that is something they don't do enough. And I kind of appreciated that they tried to do something different.
Yeah, the thing is, they just go back to the old formula at the end of the day. I was like, fuck, you could have done something different. You could have, but
Well,
no.
yeah, because they tried to do something different with like the different like family lines rather than a static order like most of these movies have.
The thing is, like the when it comes to like Final Destination, there's a real formula. It's like Friday the 13th. Like, oh, you just here's an evil shithead wants to axe people. That's it. It's hard to make anything substantive, but it's like for Final
Yeah,
Destination, we could, because there's a lot of lore when it comes to Final Destination that none of the movies actually touch upon, like the visions. Like I'm
uh,
serious.
that's
Yeah,
the funny thing. With Final Destination, it's kind of a case of it's very different than Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th is like somebody had sex somewhere near Crystal Lake. Jason most affected. He wakes up
yeah.
and goes and kills everybody. That's like the formula there. With Final Destination, the formula is like somebody gets like a premonition before a disaster and saves a bunch of people from the disaster, but in doing so, death then later on comes in after them.
Yeah. So that's always the interesting thing about Final Destination. Then I wish people explore more, but oh well. But it's funny because premonition is like the one thing that the movie never explore on. They just like, oh, this guy has it done.
Yeah. It's like somebody randomly had a premonition, and it's like, what? Who is sending? What is sending these premonitions? What? Why don't we do something with that? Is there maybe some kind of counterforce trying to mess with death? Is it just death kind of messing around?
The thing is, in like Final Destination 4, there's actually a hint of that. Like their other force try to save them, but it's never made into the final version of the script or like in the film. It's
Yeah.
always the
Well,
background.
but yeah, this one it tries to do something interesting with the bloodline sort of tie-in thing, like the idea of the disaster was completely stopped, and so nobody was, and so because nobody in the that was going to be involved in the disaster died, by the time certain people died, it was essentially a case of other people had kids that weren't supposed to exist, which I still don't really buy that one.
Yeah, that was it's oh well. I mean, should we talk about like all the let's talk about all the films first.
Yeah. I mean, because I know that, like I said, I've seen the first one. I know the basic like concept of all the other films.
It's premonition. Someone has a premonition and then they died. So then one by one, deaths try to take them away. And it's fun because the first film is like the one that is like, oh, they actually did, because the first one is the first one they did the concept, so it's always the most unique one. But and the thing is like there's a lot of aspect that makes the first one unique than just killing. Because if you actually look at the first one, the death is actually quite restrained when it comes to like the accidental death.
Yeah, it process like things that could like reasonably be accidents that would happen. Well, I think a lot of the other like deaths in some of the later movies from because I have seen clips too. Some of them just get to the point of like ridiculousness.
No, that's the thing. It's like if you when you go to the final destination, you just like, oh fuck off, you can't do this. You just have like some guy like have his butthole stuck inside the swimming pool, and then his lungs, liver, heart just got like sucked out.
What?
Yeah,
That sounds insane.
yeah, that's the final destination. 4D, 3D. Yay.
Yeah, that sounds kind of insane.
Yeah, the first one is interesting because like okay, because it will be relevant to Bloodlines. So the first one has the aspect of like, oh, the cops is weirded out by this because there's investigation and stuff happening because this has never happened before. And so they were like, oh shit, we gotta investigate. Because this might be an accident, like okay, it's like flight 180. It's similar to something starts with 9 and then 2 ones at the end. By the way, that is actually referencing Final Destination 3.
I see.
Yeah. That was let's just say I do not appreciate that retcon.
Well, I do, like I said, a lot of the deaths in the first one are very like, so there's a lot of like weird telekinesis stuff still. There's still a lot of like weird, like, I remember there's stuff with like electricity that was a bit funky, but like overall, when it came to the original movie, like the deaths are things you could just like write off as like a freak accident that happened.
Yeah, it's like someone hacked himself. Like the first death, like by Todd, it's like, oh, he hacked himself. Also, spoilers for every single film. I don't give a shit. It's too long. So yeah, the third one is like, and then the parents like, oh shit, he hacked himself because he can't, because everyone died. That's his parents just like respond, and the thing is like the main character Alex actually is dealing with like trying to save everyone, not because like, oh, I just want to, because it's like he has always guilty by it, and he's always like trying to put himself first in order to save everyone. He and regardless of it, will he put him, well, regardless if the police are gonna catch him. Like that's the additional thing. He has something to lose. It's his freedom, because if he did, because everything is about a freak accident. So if he's in a crime scene, the police has every chance to catch him. That's the additional stakes. And at the end, he literally just gave up his life to save Clear. But so yeah, the Alex is actually quite a compelling character. He's actually really sentimental to all his classmates, despite they're not really his friends. But and he really doesn't break all the rules to do so. And yeah, and because I think the character stuff in the first one is really compelling. I mean, okay, most of it is compelling. Some are just dumb as fuck, but still. And also all the deaths are dumb. I'm gonna be honest. Even though it's restricted, it's still like, okay, no, that's not physics.
Yeah, the Rube Goldberg machine deaths are kind of annoying, to be honest. Well, no. So they're like kind of cool the first time you watch, but I feel like it as a kind of like, oh, like this is kind of a neat thing they set up and like had to like do for a lot of like the Final Destination movies. But the problem is like, as far as actual logic goes, a lot of them are just like really dumb.
Yeah, the first film it's fine. I mean, I think it's underappreciated. I think it's like underappreciated compared to a lot of horror films. I'm gonna be honest. Most horror films nowadays has to be pretentious as fuck. Hey, you seen Companion? You seen the Substance? Jesus Christ.
I didn't see the substance. I'm not a big horror guy, so
Yeah, fair. Companion is horror, sorta. It's like it's trying to talk about like AI and like obsession and stuff like this, but it's like the execution at the end is like fuck. It starts off so good, but it could have done better. So yeah, that's the first movie, and then the second film is actually a continuation of the first film. It's weird because they kill off the Alex in the second film, off screen, and that drives away a lot of people. But the interesting thing is, at the end of Final Destination 1, they established one is like you could not escape death. The death is gonna continue. That one is actually a reshoot. The original ending is Alex give up his life to kill and die, and then Clear has Alex's baby, and they live and her, the baby, and fuck the other the jockey, the friend, all of them live happily ever after with ambiguousness. So they reshoot the ending. I'm not a fan of the original. I'm not a fan of the reshoot ending. I would prefer the original a lot more because that actually adds a lot more layers to the characters, and it wraps up the theme that death is just a natural part of life. It's not anything like evil.
yeah, this is kind of one of those things where with the Final Destination movies, the big thing about like death that I always understood it is kind of just a force of nature. There's not really that much of an appeal you can make to like save yourself.
Yeah, it's that is the funny thing. So yeah, the first
So I
one.
guess I was gonna say, I guess do we want to go through the whole franchise or do we want to just jump into the events of this movie?
I think we have to like go over the rules of the franchise first because like there's a
Yeah,
lot to
that's
go
probably
through.
true. Yeah.
So that's the first film established. If you die, if you escape death, death is gonna continue. I don't prefer that ending. I prefer the original that Alex gave up his life. Because I'm gonna be honest, the only reason they reshoot that ending is the audience is just sad that hate that Alex died. It was like, oh, I was like, no, fuck you. Alex dying gave up his life to save Clear, and Clear have his kid, and then the arch enemy, what's it called again? Carter. All appreciate what he sacrificed and will live every single moment, not afraid of death. It's a great characterization. It's great are great endings with all three characters, and they take that away. I fucking hate the test audience for this one.
That's kind of the annoying thing with test audiences. It's like, you never know really what you're gonna do. Like, first off, you just never know what's gonna be popular. I mean, depending on the audience that you get, it can like completely fuck a movie, and it's just or it can just completely make really stupid decisions, all because you got like a bunch of people who just weren't really your target audience.
Yeah, so yeah, that was a fuck me. So that's the first film. Death is a cycle. You could not cheat death. The second film introduced the second film actually expand on the lore, and that's the only film that expand on the lore. Okay, no, that and the fifth film, but the fifth film did not expand it that much. the second film is a continuation of the first film, which another accident, which the log incident, which I'm gonna be honest, if anyone references it, is the second film. The log thing traumatized the entire generation. Yeah. So the second film is not as good as the first one, but there's still compelling characterization, not from the main characters. And the character called Kimberly in Final Destination Bloodlines, that is referenced, and that is the main character of the second film because that film has the only main character who actually survived and beat death. Okay, the rules is you cannot kill yourself until it's your turn, which I'm gonna be honest, every single film contradicted that, so it does not matter. So the leeway is like you cannot kill yourself if you just try to shoot yourself, but you can kill yourself if you try to jump off the building. Which
yeah, I feel like there's some. I feel like I'd be the guy who'd be like, I really want to like test this out. Like, what happens if somebody like points a gun at you and shoots you?
I mean, the thing is, that is not really inconsistency. You just can't do it like in ways that can prevent you from doing so. But you can absolutely, because like the ending of the second film has Kimberly drive off the river and then she almost died. She literally died and it's just resurrected. So death could not prevent that. So the thing is like death could only save you. Death could only like make you die if you're like you can actually just kill yourself. You do something like jumping off a building or drown yourself. But death could not make you like if you try to shoot yourself or like hang yourself, yeah, death is gonna prevent that. I don't think that's an inconsistency, but like there's a lot but the plot is actually easily worse.
Yeah, it's. I remember there was some like mechanic things I've heard about because I kind of tried to look into it a bit without actually watching the movies because I kind of knew that the mechanics of the whole franchise is really weird.
In Choose Your Own Adventures version of Final Destination 3, one of the alternate choice refused that Kimberly and the other guy died in the free accident, so I guess that's no longer canon. Yes, that's no longer canon.
Yeah, I guess it couldn't be, you know.
Or it never was.
Especially if death will just like resurrect you. Like, does death have to resurrect you at like fully like functional, or can it just put you in like a? Can it just like resurrect you as a quadriplegic?
I'm not sure because death cannot resurrect you. Kimberly resurrected because she laid it out so quickly. Because okay, I've explained this. I'm gonna like comment on that. Yeah, I'm actually glad that Final Destination 3 is not canon because thank fuck that I would be so pissed off if I find out the two main characters died in the second film off screen again. I'm glad that Bloodlines confirmed they are still alive. That's one of the few things I genuinely unironically like about
it. Yeah, because this is kind of one of those ones you've kind of expressed it's stupid. It's a stupid movie. It's not good, but it is like it's hard to hate this movie. And I actually, so from what my understanding of, I think it's 4 or 5 that start getting a bit more goofy and a bit more less serious with it.
Yeah, four first. Yeah, but yeah, second. I'm gonna break down because the second film introduces the mechanics and they do expand on the lore. And what happens if like Claire actually just like save herself by locking herself in an institution or a mental asylum? Why the fuck didn't? Okay, that would bring up a lot of problems because that was like an extremely smart thing to do.
Yeah, that is like an option. I guess. Well, I guess the question is then: is it really is it surviving? Because I feel like you could actually have a whole movie about just one character that has death after them. That's like living in like a mental asylum or something like that, where they, that basically they're safe, but is it really living? And you could explore that, and you could even have them like some circumstance forces them out, and they kind of have to like dodge death in different ways.
So, Balance rip that off. film did that much better because she did not do it for herself. She did it to save other people.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
the Bloodlines one was stupid.
Oh, basically you steal your entire family. That was so dumb. It's insane. Yeah. So that was the second film. It's not as good. There's some compelling stuff. The death is just stupid, but it does expand on the law. The third film also expanded on the law, but it's a shit way. What the first film did is like. Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot to mention this. Tony Todd is in the first and second film. He's the one who gave like comments like, "Oh, this is how you could cheat death, like new life created deaths." And that
he's the guy who gives the lore. That's kind of been his that's kind of been his position in the franchise. He's the guy who knows more about death, but it was like always the mysterious guy. And we actually get an explanation for what for who he is in this movie.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good. So yeah, I'm gonna reference those scenes later. So okay, those are good. Now onto the third film, the roller coaster one. It stars Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Yeah. I guess I should mention the second film also stars Kratos from not the Christopher Judge Kratos, the OG Kratos.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting, actually.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. So, but the first film, added one really dumb thing. You can see how you die if you take pictures.
Yeah, that's kind of silly.
Okay, you tell me. Okay, now, how can you tell about? So now that you accept this, can you imagine any plot holes if you did this?
Well, it's kind of the problem of just knowledge of the future changes the future, right? Like,
yeah. So all you have to do is just take a bunch of pictures. Just take like 10 billion pictures, and then just like you can leave piece out how you gotta die.
Yeah, this is kind of a thing, and like so the obvious like counter to that is usually a case of like, oh, but their attempts to avoid the death is actually what leads to the death, is what usually like happens with that sort of story.
Yeah.
Like kind of a Greek tragedy style setup,
Yeah. Oh, that's like the one Goosebumps episode. No. Oh shit, really? Oh, they actually own. I think they copied the Omen. Because the Omen also did that. I was like, but I need to watch the Omen. I know, yeah.
Also, kind of implies that death just has like how he wants you to die already. So does he just know? Does death just know all of your future actions? And if so, then how are people able to like survive these things, which we have seen they do?
Okay, it's so fucking stupid because in the third film, death showed that how Abraham Lincoln died. And he also showed show about the Twin Tower incident. I don't think YouTube's like that I say those words, for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah, that's probably not very that's a bold strategy for them to do. I don't know if I would do that. I don't know, I feel like that would piss people off.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I mean, one Goosebumps story I saw is like the Goosebumps movie, the first one, which is basically just a monster film. Yeah, that's so, and that way to achieve that literally is not reference again, which to be honest, that is gonna be a detriment. Okay, the fourth film adds literally nothing, so we can ignore that. But I just want to say that the fourth film has like some interesting character names called Racist Guy, Hot MILF, Hot MILF's husband, Racist Guy's wife.
Racist Guy's wife.
I was not kidding.
You don't even get called racist women. You're just woman. You're just racist guy's wife.
Hey, at least
Wow,
it's not.
you weren't even worthy of being like racist girl.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, that movie stars Shantae Van Shanten. Shantae Van Shanten. Hey, that was cool. I like the actress. It's a shame she did not do anything in the film. Fuck. And also the character in 3 and 4 is like so bland. I mean, at least 3 is carried by Mary Elizabeth Winstead's acting because holy shit, she
Yeah.
acted way better than the character should.
I think the one I remember seeing, it was the one with the twins that die in the tanning booth. I remember that.
Oh shit, yeah, that's the third one.
Yeah, I thought that was really funny and dumb.
It's so stupid. It's insane. But yeah, Final Destination 3. That's 4. Yeah, so 4 does not add anything, so you can literally skip that. And I do not recommend you watch it at all. But it's still funny.
Yeah. These are the type of movies. I think for the 4, and I believe, is this one 5 or is this one 6?
6. No, let's talk about 5. 5 adds a rule,
Yeah.
which is actually referencing 6. If you kill someone, you get their life.
Yeah, I actually like that rule.
No, that is actually an interesting rule. It's just they did not. Okay, they actually do something.
They didn't do anything with it. Yeah.
No, yeah, the 5th movie tried to do something with it. It's just they do not do it like good enough.
Yeah, well, it would be, that's another one of those things that could be like an interesting spin-off movie, like a serial killer who's the reason he's a serial killer is because he's trying to like essentially maybe even kill off people who don't have that much time left because he's just trying to prolong his life. He doesn't want to kill anyone and deprive them too much or something, and then like him getting caught leads to him dying in the end from death.
Yeah. So the 5th film add like 2 rules. That's one of them, and also Tony Todd's character is back. So I love it. And also, which is fun fact, that film also stars. I don't think you know that.
I'm not good with actors. I'm usually not very good with actors.
Courtney B. fans. He's in Lilo and Stitch. In Lilo and Stitch live action film.
Oh no.
He's actually in a lot.
Yeah, I that's one of those movies that I just wish never existed. I have very strong feelings about the Lilo and Stitch live action film. Yeah. I haven't even seen it, just from what I've heard.
I would have to cover that shit. But yeah, that is a really great actor wasting this film. But hey, that's a film. And it's not a good film. The characters are thin, but hey, but the new rules added is actually interesting, and the twist is that film is actually a prequel. So they are the reason that causes the Flight 180 incident. And actually, yeah. So actually, that's the other thing I like. They expanded on that law. So it's like sometimes death just want to kill you just to tie up loose ends, but at the same time you are also in the way.
Yeah. And death being willing to kill people because they're in the way is a thing that comes up in this movie too.
Yeah, that's actually expanded upon. And yeah, those are I think it expanded on the franchise a lot. I think the character work is so thin though. That's a shame part.
Yeah.
One guy, they actually the reason I say that
there's one character I think that was like felt like a decently fleshed out character, and he gets like the most horrific death, I think.
Jesus Christ, and that I think, and that guy that art. Okay, so yeah. That's a 5th film. I'm not gonna go through the comics because I don't think comics are canon. But
I meant in the new one for character Earth being characterized.
Yeah. So yeah, that's yeah. And then we got the comics, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the comics are canon because dear God, I hope they are not.
Are they bad? A comic adaptation being bad? Imagine my shock.
Okay, to be fair, the one of them is not bad. It's called like Sacrifice, which is just like about like a person writing his suicide notes about like how he cheated death and death keeps coming for him, but at the same time it kills a lot of people that they're not meant to die, and it meant to take a toll on him, and so he has to kill himself to save his family, which is actually quite neat.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like an interesting idea. It's like somebody who kind of no fault of their own has kind of become a danger to others around them just by virtue of death being like interested in them. There's something there.
That's a one-shot comic, so that's neat. It's called Sacrifice, and then there's the other comic called Spring Break. That was so shit. Like literally, the ending of the series just like about the one of the characters God the entire time. I was not kidding.
One of the characters is God the entire time.
Yeah.
What?
That was quite insane because I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to make of that shit? Like, what? Why we?
Yeah, that sounds a bit interesting.
And I'm gonna be honest. I think the those characters in comics are like dumber than anyone in the film. I mean, it's like this. One of the characters just like because no one's gonna give a shit about comics. So one of them was like, oh, we have to cheat. We have to be stay together. So what do? So let's stay in the swimming pool, and let's hang on to the metal rails. Everyone. So that was so very dumb enough. And then one of the girls was like, nah, it will be fine. And she just jumped into another swimming pool and starts swimming. And then she just malfunctions and kills her. I was like, yeah, no shit, you dumb fuck. I was like, no, I don't think anyone is as dumb as this bitch in any of the film.
Yeah, it does seem like I don't know. Like I don't know. Like it seems like Final Destination has a real problem with characterization and stuff in the later like films.
But yeah, don't read the comics. Now
and
let's talk about
translates to the comics, yeah.
And now I think the comic's not canon because they never confirm it, because I hope to God it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, and now we've kind of finished the prelude, so we can probably talk about this movie, Final Destination 6.
Yeah, so with that out of the way, let's talk about Final Destination Bloodlines. Final Destination 6.
Yep. So I think we kind of talked about it stream, but I guess giving just general thoughts of it, I thought it was so. I feel like it's the type of movie that's kind of it's fun. It's the type of movie that's probably fun to watch with a couple of drinks with friends. That's what I think it is. It's not like a good movie, but it's like fun with friends and a couple of drinks. It's that sort of fun dad movie.
Yeah, I think you have a good laugh on it, and you'll have a good laugh. And
I'd rather watch 1,000 of these before another before any more TCW after the stuff you showed me, but like another episode of Doctor Who, for modern Doctor Who, for example.
Oh, those 7
I'm gonna have to watch.
Oh, don't worry, we still have one more episode next week, and then we're done.
I know. I was gonna say I have one more, and then I'm free. I'll probably have to be here when you do your stream just to justify all the time I feel like I've wasted watching that garbage season of television.
Don't worry, I don't think I've seen anything as bad as this one this year. Fuck my life. No one gives a shit now.
The Wish World episode. I don't. It's weird. It feels like it's the concept and the construction of it could have been so good, but yeah. Back to Final Destination.
Yeah. So let's talk about how the films open up. It's opened up in the 60s.
Yeah. And I didn't realize it was the 60s because I was up at busy, but yeah, it makes sense. It's like so. Yeah, it was in the 60s, and the nature of the disaster was basically for this one is basically like a restaurant, like one of those big tower restaurants, collapsing, right?
Which is fair. I'm gonna be honest, it's an interesting idea because like when people go into tall buildings like like this, they will be afraid that they will like the building will collapse is because it's made of glass.
Yeah, because they don't really realize how strong tempered glass actually can be. Like that glass, I'm pretty sure that glass can like withstand bullets.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I think the scene has the best characterization of the entire film, and these two characters never appeared. Like okay, this version, and the thing is like the one of the characters is called Paul, and he's like a really social awkward person, and he wants to impress his girlfriend, so he brings him to this sky field, hoping to impress him, and he did whatever it takes to help to like make her happy, which is like okay, that's fun. And then the girl is like she's secretly pregnant, and but like oh, but I appreciate all of your efforts, and I will support you no matter what. But I do not want to tell you, but I have a pregnant baby. But Paul was like, oh, I'm happy. That's a broad stroke, which is actually neat.
Yeah, well, so the fact that she was already like pregnant, I guess, does kind of, I guess, it helps with the justification for. Basically, it helps for the justification of why it took. It's not the same as if Beth had to wait like 2 years for her to hook up with somebody else and have a kid.
Yeah, and okay,
But
that's
still, it's still
yeah,
rough.
it's still rough. The thing is like that's the best one. I still has problems. Okay, so there's a lot of setup with this one. The coin tossing. And yeah, Brad Bassinger, the character play called Iris was like really awkward. He's really afraid of this. She's really nervous, which is fine. She never been into this place. And also, especially she has a baby, which actually adds more layer. With that being said, why the fuck do you drink wine? Why the fuck do you drink wine when you're
I
doing
was
this?
gonna say was that known in the 60s about like because yeah, fetal alcohol syndrome. Like if you're a pregnant woman, do not drink alcohol at all. You are just going to negatively affect the baby. That's the only. Even if it doesn't, why do you want to take the risk? Yeah, and she knows she's pregnant. You know.
Yep, and now we got some interesting things about this film, which is gonna be so stupid in the opening. Let's just talk about the foundation. So I'm gonna quote some lines because I knocked them down. But but when Paul and Iris enter the building, they have an elevator, and the elevator is unable to close because it has a malfunction. Shut the building down
Mm-hmm.
immediately. Like literally, you could not afford something like this in the 60s. And if the
Yeah. Well,
elevator malfunction, you literally could not have it.
well, the 60s. Okay, so I think the idea is kind of like, okay, but with the 60s, the idea with it is like, oh my god, safety standards were so much lower back then, which to an extent is true. Like safety standards in the past was different, but I also feel like when it comes to it, I do think like this specific business, you would probably just like no, we will take an extra day to like make sure the elevator's working. We'll apologize to everybody.
This is the grand opening, so that's a quote.
Well, especially because I don't think there's any stairwell out. The elevator's the only way in and out.
No, there's a stairwell. The death collapsed the entire stairs. Fuck me. Because they have a
Right. No, I forgot. Yeah. This was the part of the movie I wasn't paying as much attention to.
I'd rather not pay attention to this film, but I have to. It's so dumb.
It's-
But yeah, that's the thing. And then this is because And then the person who in charge of elevator said this. Sorry, it does that sometimes. About the elevator not closing. I was like, fuck off. Literally just shut it off. And then this guy said, for fuck's sake, I was some fun facts about the what's it called? The Skyfield Tower. It is 494 feet tall and weighs over 9,000 tons. Okay, it clearly should not be 9,000 tons, but sure. It's made of
Yeah.
steel.
I was gonna say I don't know if that's accurate to these types of towers. I don't know enough about it, but it does sound like a lot.
It's made of steel and reinforced concrete and glass. And even more impressive, the entire project was completed 5 months ahead of schedule. Why?
Yeah, so I think the obvious cue you're supposed to take from this is the idea of like, oh my god, they obviously they cut corners to do this, but the problem is like the types of failures we see don't look like the result of like cutting corners. It's not like a handful of like bolts or something failed, or it's not like shoddy welding made it fail. It seemed like it was literally just the materials breaking.
The thing is, like, if the breaking is the fucking elevator is like obviously broken, like there's no way you can hide this shit.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. I just feel like if you're already like 5 months ahead of schedule, why not take the extra 2 days to like make sure the elevator's working?
Or like just make or just like go through the entire structure, because holy shit, because none of that could have passed instruction.
Well, I don't know how good the inspection like requirements were in the 60s. Let me look.
But like, how the fuck do you have your entire dance floor just broke by just like fucking like a few pounds, a few?
In 19. Do we know what state this is, by the way?
United States.
Yeah. I meant which specific state? But yeah.
I mean, is the Skyview a place in? I think the inspiration it's Skyview. Oh, that's actually a Skyview Tower, for fuck's sake. No, that's no. Fuck, that's.
Yeah. Skyview Tower. That's like a style of attraction. I've seen those types of attractions before.
Okay, let me look at it. The Skyview, right? New York, Cloverdale, New York.
Okay. I feel so because I feel like it would probably be it'd be rough to like sell this like in New York, because I feel like New York's always kind of been a bit more
Crowded,
strict. And not only that, like New York is one of those cities that has like a building still from the 60s, you know?
Yeah. Oh God, Jesus. I don't
Oh,
even.
there's even like
But and then
I thought I did stumble on an article. Are post-war buildings from the 1950s and 60s constructed better than ones built later? So I'll have the answer by the end of the podcast.
Chicago Space Needle. That's what I think. I like the idea, but yeah, the execution is so poor. They shouldn't have done this. They shouldn't have like the elevator just broke so obviously, and also the dance floors. We'll get to that. But I was paying attention to Bragg Bassinger. Yeah, same. I love her. And hey, and then we got to the restaurant, and then what the waiter said. I'm sorry, but we're already over a capacity. And then Paul was like, "But we book a place for you. We book a place already. How is it? How the fuck do you not have a table for us?" And he just like, "Yeah, we don't." And then the other guy, and then they were like, "Oh." And then when the rich guy comes in, he was like, "Oh, we have a table for you."
Oh, this might be appropriate to read.
I was like, "What?" I was like, "Okay, I guess Sorry, Seattle, not Chicago. So that's the thing. I was like, I guess the implication is like, oh, he's rich, so that's why he doesn't have a table. It's like,
Oh
how do
yeah. So the implication was like, oh, he's rich, so that's why he has a table. When I remember we were watching this, I remember what my thought was. It's like, no, he probably called ahead and had a reservation.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was like, no, he did call ahead. I was like, and when you call, how can you tell someone is rich or not? Unless it's like that world famous, just like I guess, but it's like you can't just rip away someone's table.
Yeah.
That was done so poorly in your like initial opening.
Well, it's weird because it didn't really come across. I guess that was our view, but it wasn't like because I think that they just like sneak in after that.
Yeah, they just sneak in.
Yeah, which it's kind of funny because I did find it funny the idea. So the idea I got was like the reason that the building fails is mix of poor construction and more people than it was designed to hold being in there.
Yeah.
Which that has happened historically. Like there's like stadiums and stuff that have like people have gotten crushed to death because they overbooked. I don't know. I feel like even 1960s construction, even if we assume, even
Yeah.
if which I don't buy that the whole building would just fail. Like I guess Death's probably just doing some fuckery.
Which is gonna break the entire film if he did something like this. Okay, so yeah, and then they're gonna be like, oh, and that's it. And then Bragg Bassinger just like Iris just grabs a rose and just give it to Paul, and then he got stabbed. She got stabbed, which is like a sign of death is coming for Final Destination Universe people. But hey,
Yeah.
there's some. To be honest, I don't really mind a lot of the dialogues because there's some neat dialogues like and he was like when Paul said, "I'm so sorry, this night turns into a disaster," and Iris was like, I and then he wanted it to be perfect, but Iris was like, "No, it's fine." And he just comfort him because
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he had like this like you kind of sympathize with this. It's kind of sad because this guy just never appears again in the movie. Essentially, after like the initial like death flashbacks, I think.
and the
But
thing is like, and everything about Iris afterwards is just character assassination for fuck's sake. So I'm glad that.
oh yeah. It's I don't know if I'd go as far as saying character assassination, but she's just incredibly like a lot of it's just incredibly stupid with Iris.
But yeah, I think there's a lot more effort put in this scene than any other scene, so that's a funny thing. But hey, that's
Yeah.
and then Death
Oh.
sign, and then this happens. You see a chandelier glass because someone like opens the wine bottle and it launches to a chandelier piece, and then this small piece of chandelier broke concrete glass.
Yeah, well, basically like highly tempered glass, designed to hold the weight of human. Like the type of glass used for these structures, like I said, it's like bulletproof. It's like people don't understand. Like even though glass can actually be incredibly strong as a material, like especially if like built in the correct way.
Yeah, that was like so weird. I was like, fuck off. That was another death design that does not make any sense. But
Yeah.
hey, I mean Iris' consistent is characterized like, oh, she's really afraid, nervous of this because, and then you got to reveal, the black lady walks in to look over his son, and she saw like Iris just touching her stomach and was like, oh, are you pregnant? How far along are you? And then she first denied it, and then she just gave in. I was like, 1 month.
Would you even really know at that point? I don't know. I don't know anything about pregnancy. But would you even know at that point? Well, I guess you would be because of like a missed period, something like that. I think she
would check it. And
Yeah,
then
but I don't know if you'd be like having that sort of like unconscious gesture that can like signal to others like that.
Iris
That
was like, yeah, and then the black lady was like, oh, she will, does she love you? And Iris was like, yeah, she does. I haven't told my boyfriend yet. And then the black lady was like, and then you're really lucky. I mean, this is actually nice. I mean, at first it's actually sort of. This is why I said that this film actually started interesting. It has unique ideas. They just do not commit to it. And then they got to this build top floor.
yeah, yeah. And from there, yeah, they go in and how else does I'm trying to remember the exact disaster. That's like the part I remember least about the movie. I remember everything else outside of
So
the disaster.
So Iris looks around the place. It's like, oh, that one girl lost her hat. The other another side, the cop stopped the kid from throwing penny, but he keeps throwing anyways. Which I would be like, which the guard should just keep stopping him.
Well, I feel like at that point it's like, okay, you little shit, you're waiting outside. We're kicking out your mom too, or your dad too.
Yeah,
Like
no,
that's what would happen. It would be like, look, we are literally turning people away from this place. We can just kick you out.
yeah, literally. And then Paul like proposed to Iris, and Iris was like, I'm pregnant. And then Paul was like, that's great. I'm gonna be a dad. And she actually embraced us like, oh, nice. That's good. And then yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, I'm and then it's so weird. And then the kid just throw a pen like a boomerang for some reason, and it enters the fan of the building.
Yeah, yeah.
How?
Well, like I said, it's one of those cases of just okay, I guess that happened.
I guess Death manipulates that, and then it manipulates so thoroughly. The fucking coin stop a fan of the air fans. It was like a coin is not strong enough to do that. You fuck. Even if I can buy the Death manipulates so perfectly.
Maybe if it got like specifically in that perfect spot, but I never got the impression it was like in that sort of like because it the moment the fan has like momentum, right, it's just gonna move the coin.
No, it's just gonna pull it away, and so
Yeah,
they head to the dance floor, which is clearly cracking.
and
Why?
nobody sees this. Nobody hears it cracking. Which okay, I guess there's music and stuff. I don't know. I feel like I would notice.
No, someone has to notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Iris did not notice. Like, why? And then, you know, one of the I beams that's supporting the sky field, the the needle suddenly just pop off.
Yep.
It was like, why? That was
Yeah, the whole place just suddenly like starts falling apart all at once. It's
how
kind
the
of weird.
how the fuck did how the fuck did this guy how the fuck did this building even pass inspection if this is how fragile it is?
Like I said, because it's 1960s, maybe the standards were lower, but I don't know. I
Not
still
this
don't
low.
think. I was gonna say I don't. If everything is just failing all at once like this, like I don't know. I don't buy it. I
No, I
don't
don't buy
believe
it.
it.
Jesus Christ.
Not in like a state like New York.
Another
Or
the provider fiction show things not from the point of view like the penny here. Yeah, it did. In the fourth film, Nick can see like in his dreams, like see like items that kill people, like they're like miles away.
yeah,
And yeah,
yeah. So some of the premonitions are a bit ridiculous, from what I understand.
the premonition is like arbitrary as fuck. So if you're wondering it, and I think in the second film, like what's it called? Kimberly has a fish in the future, and I think in the fifth film, no, I don't think the fifth film actually did anything. But yeah, some premonition. Yeah. But still, that's the funny thing. And then the floor starts to crack, and it killed Paul. Yeah. And the people falling down the building hits the tower's I beam, and that's how it starts to crumble, and concrete literally just breaks apart. Because I guess humans are that like heavy.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I feel like it's such a cascade failure. I just don't know, because that's the idea of this. It's like a cascade failure. It's like one thing causes another thing to go wrong, which causes another thing to go wrong, because all of this stuff wasn't done correctly. I don't know. I feel like if this building was done built that poorly,
and
I don't know if I would. Maybe look, human incompetence is capable of a lot, but
and then let's talk about more about this shit. So after the glass breaks, Paul died. One of the old lady ran into a fire, and the cook accidentally hit it, throw it on her.
I remember that. That felt really random and stupid.
Yeah, it was like, so the thing is, like, if something happens to you, you just drop on the ground and roll and start rolling. You wouldn't be running around.
Hey, even in the 60s, stop, drop, and roll, I think, was probably, because I was told stop, drop, and roll was like the thing to do in the case of a fire. When I was in elementary school, let me.
The thing is, like, the fire hit her jacket, so you could just take the jacket off. That was even dumber. You could just try. You could just try that. But the thing is, the old lady was so stupid. She keeps running, and it hits the coin that. Yeah, it hits the coin. It goes to the area that gasoline leaks. I was like, oh, but so your question, how the fuck the gasoline leaked? You see, the coin blocked the air fan so poorly, it launches a piece of it to a place that leaks the gas. That was not a joke.
According to this random thing, the idea of stop, drop, and roll actually came through in the 1970s. So maybe that wasn't as publicly known.
I guess, but at the very least, you would not be running around. About it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like it. I feel like it's kind of just obvious knowledge. You probably shouldn't just run around like a maniac if you're on fire. You'd probably run to the nearest liquid. Yeah. I feel like that would be what you would do.
True. And yeah, that's it. So that's the first thing. And how did the gasoline leak? Because the coin that blocked the air fan suddenly launches a piece of the fan, the propellers, into the gasoline. How does that work? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, that's a bit absurd.
So yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, obviously Death is the one actually causing this because he likes his Rube Goldberg.
Which makes it
contraptions.
Which Death is so much dumber because of this. And so yeah, that caused a massive explosion that kills everyone, and it launches a penny to someone. And the black lady hides his kid inside the table to save him.
Yeah. Which we learn he is the actual last to die in the whole situation.
But yeah, and then they start running to the stairs, and the fucking concrete just crumbles. Okay, who the fuck approved this building? Fuck's sake.
Like I said, it's a case of I don't know. I just don't buy that it would fail in this spectacular a fashion. I don't know. It's like, 5 months ahead of schedule. I still think that at that point.
No, I mean,
that's also an absurd like amount of time ahead of schedule too. So I feel like I don't even know how you would be able to like unless you just half welded everything. I guess.
The thing is, like, the justification would be like, oh, maybe Death did it. It was like he crumbled the building. It was like, what the fuck? Then Death should be crumbling every single buildings just to kill people. That would be much easier.
This is the funny thing because we have somebody in this movie who survives by just sitting in a building for forever somehow.
And not just this movie, even you would break previous films if he can just do that. So that was insane if he just can just do this.
Yeah.
And so the lovely person who controls the elevator see the situation and just like instead of tell people just hold on, don't do anything stupid, panic. He would be like, everyone go to the elevator. I don't need to explain that if you have a building just crumble like this, you shouldn't take an elevator.
Yeah. This is like kind of common knowledge, but is it's one of those things of like I have to like ask like was that common knowledge in 1960? I feel like it would be. I don't know. Maybe that's
Common
just me.
knowledge. That was just common sense. If
Well,
I have a building,
you would still. I don't know. I'd be running to the stairs either way. I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna like stand and wait
dude,
while people clamor into an elevator to hurry in while the building's collapsing around me. I'm going down the stairs.
no, the stairs crumble, so that's why they try to take the elevator. That's the point.
Oh well, if the stairs are crumbling, I'd be like, well, fuck, I'm dead.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that you do not go to the elevator because you will just have the building is just crumbled. You just have to just
I
sit
was
tight
gonna say that's the thing. It's like if they can't build stairs correctly, which is like which is gonna be like remarkably easier than the elevator. We've had stairs down forever.
Yeah, so the thing is like, okay, let me finish this. You see, you will just have the building just crumble. You shouldn't take the elevator. Like no matter, even though if I don't give a shit if this common knowledge at this point, if half the building just crumbled, the elevator is gonna have the path crumbled
But
beneath it.
I guess the question then becomes like, okay, well, what are your other options? Which unfortunately there aren't any.
Just literally the only option for you is just sit tight and wait for rescue. It sucks,
Yeah,
but that's
yeah,
literally the only option. It's better than fucking cramming into an elevator. And yeah,
yeah, yeah.
and then when it's overweight, then one of the guy was like, I want to be in there. Yet you can't be there. And then the fucking elevator just overweights over
Snap.
because apparently this is not common
Yeah,
knowledge
it's
or some
just
shit.
like, nope, you all die.
Jesus Christ, the writing is so stupid. And then the old guy who is rich by the way, like got crushed by elevator. So yeah. And then there's like yeah. And then black passengers run into a room that's on fire. And then just went to the other side, which is not on fire. And then the ceiling starts to collapse. Okay, there's no way. Jesus Christ, how does this building? I don't understand how does this building got approved. And of course, black passenger is the only one there, and no one can reach her. And then they all slide to the glass. Suddenly, piano is about to fall. And because this movie is written by stupid people, so a coin suddenly is now suddenly on a chandelier that got propelled by explosion like to the front, not on like straight line above. It launched to the front and it somehow is on the chandelier, and it dropped on the piano and it falls. It, and then it kills everyone. What a film, but to be honest, it's funny. And also the kid who jumps on an elevator and throwing coins about people got killed by a piano. That was whoever fuck wrote this has to be on drugs. You could not you could not You could not be kidding me for this shit. And so yeah, Arangi has to leave for a moment to pee. So give her a second. But hey, fun fact is only 17 minutes in the film, and this is already the best part. Can you imagine how bad the other parts are? I love my life.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, the kid died because piano crushed him, and then the entire building just collapsed.
Yep. That's the thing. The disaster is kind of ridiculous. It's ridiculous in that way that like a lot of the movies disasters got ridiculous.
And then we got like Brad Passengers actually acting because she's allowed to act in this film. She's really sad, mourning her dead husband, but she sees a kid who came out of the box, uh, the food tray, and she tries to get him to safety. So she chose to do that, and then unfortunately that building collapsed and it almost killed her. The only thing supporting her is literally her wedding ring stuck stuck in uh stuck in like two pieces of metal, and it slowly rips her finger off, and they
Yep.
died. And then we cut back to the modern day, and we see our actual main character. What's it? And to be honest, I don't remember her name. I need to look it up first. Fuck's sake.
I'm always terrible with names.
No, the thing is,
I don't remember any of the names of the characters in this, so let me.
no, don't worry. The Final Destination film has shit in characters. They are not characters. They're just cannon fodder. So that's why you don't remember their names.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the main character Stephanie.
Yeah, I know it's something with an S.
Stephanie wakes up. I was like, oh, he actually just like is in college, and she's like, oh, she witnessed this dream again. And then it was like, oh,
yeah. It's Stephanie, Charlie, Derek, Julia, Bobby, Mr. Lewis, William Bloodworth.
Still could not give a shit.
According to Google.
Still, yeah, and
yeah,
then
I believe it's Derek who is the most interesting character.
Eric. Let's talk about this. And then let's talk about this first. And then so she has this dream, and then suddenly, it's like Stephanie just wakes up again. Because she told her like flatmates that so was like, hey, I keep having this woman in my dream. Her name is Iris. I keep dreaming of her, and she is actually the name of my grandmother. I never met her, but I keep dreaming of her, and I could not sleep because I keep having this dream, and then I was like, oh, it's like that is so exposition heavy. And her flatmate just said, have you thought of going home to find that out? And she was like, shit, we should do that. I have so many questions about this bullshit.
Yeah.
For one, why do you trust her? Seriously. Like, all you have to go on is like, that's your grandma, her name is Iris. And my grandma has a name also called Iris. Like, cool. A lot of people also, I think I can ask university, a lot of people has the name Iris.
Iris is a pretty like, it's not an uncommon name, especially if you're in like a more hippie centric area, especially in the US. Like,
dude,
like yeah. I'd imagine there's plenty of Irises in like Seattle, San Francisco, probably New York too.
And then and I was like, yeah, that's just logic jump. And then she was like, oh, and then basically her family told her to fuck off, or she's gonna kill her if you keep yelling. Because apparently, yeah, that was like, so yeah, she just believed this bullshit, and that was like unprompted as fuck. So yeah, that's her introduction, by the way. It's so stupid. It's dumb and shit. And so she drives home, and then her dad finds her, and then she happy, and then she has a kid, she has a brother, and then she
Yeah, and I remember the parents specifically talking about the grandma and being like, oh yeah, she's like psychotic. When the kids were born, she started sending them like images of like horrific deaths, and
yeah,
that's why they cut tight. Which obviously, knowing about death as a thing, you as like the viewer might be like, okay, she's like warning them about what's gonna happen.
the thing is, like, what you describe is not even the scene we're talking about.
Oh right, shit.
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought
going.
that this movie kind of blends together a bit in my head.
Yeah, so I took notes just to follow through it. So if you, yeah, you have to follow it really closely, and you have to follow me really closely. So yeah,
Yeah,
she got into her house, and then it's like she met her brother, and she's like, I just need to find mom's picture. And then they were like, and then the dad was like, I got rid of them. We got divorced, stuff like that, you know.
yeah. They're being very evasive about it.
And then she's like, oh, and then Stephanie sees his brother, and his brother is like, I want to see my cousin, so bye.
Yep.
And then and yeah, and then they just talk about like stuff. Was like, oh, how are you doing in school, stuff like that, which is like, okay, there's potential. It's like I guess like better sister brother sibling relationship that they mind each other and stuff like that. It's like, okay, fun. And then this guy mentions that I'm a lifeguard.
Yeah, I do remember it was mentioned that he was a junior lifeguard.
Yeah, it's so. And then it was like, oh, that's a setup, I guess. Fuck me.
Yeah, well, yes, that is set up actually. It seems like it's irrelevant, but it is set up. But I remembered it was mentioned when it actually comes up.
Yeah. Oh, is that your cat in the background? Fuck me.
Oh, that's my dog. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Bulldogs are a bit noisy.
Yeah, that's fine because like, yeah, God, I gotta go through this stuff movie. So this movie, just like recurring about I mean, it means something. And yeah, that's hey. And then we just got to the house, and then yeah, Eric playing Mortal Kombat. He's and then I don't know. I guess it's foreshadowing. The katana just stab one of the characters into the head, like how Eric was gonna die. I guess that's foreshadowing. I don't know. And then we got the introduction of all her cousins, and they're just
Yeah.
weird. They're just like weird people who just like, hey, we're just cool kids, hippie yo. That's the
Yeah,
curse.
yeah. They seem kind of. I don't know if I would say hippie-ish necessarily, but as like Eric is very much like an emo kid type.
Yeah. I mean, all three of just cool kids.
I don't remember anything about Eric's sister though.
No, Eric's sister cares about her the brother than Stephanie. Because like she's a cool kid and stuff, and you're a lifeguard now. That's cool. That's a character.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then,
I was gonna say I don't think she gets anything really.
yeah, and then
I only remember how she died.
Jesus Christ, and yeah, and then Stephanie just like asked about when did do that, and she immediately asked, "Who's hey? Can you talk about Iris?" And then they just keep shunt her, and it would like, wait, what the? And then it's like, of course, Stephanie, what the fuck would you believe that they will answer you? Your dad really
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
you already.
I had a weird dream about our grandma that none of us have ever met before. It's like that. I feel like everyone would probably be dismissive of you about that.
And I was like, dude, all you got is like her name is Iris, and that's it. I was like, dude, can you actually mention more about her features?
Yeah, what does she look? Why have you asked our parents why we've never like met this grandma?
Yeah, it's I hate this. I hate this. And then of course they got, and she'll be like, hey, she's got a dream about a place in like called the Skyfield.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the entire family just stopped. And my first question is, why the fuck don't we just Google what the sky view is?
That was. I remember that was something we brought up. It's like this is supposed to be in like modern day. I feel like you would Google it before you would actually be asking people about it, just because you have your phone right there that you can Google on.
Yeah, literally just Google it, because the first thing you realize is like, because the news report should be like, oh, how the fuck do you guys people get saved? Because this girl called Iris saved everyone, telling them to get off the dance floor, because and this building is under investigation because it almost caused death to a lot of people. That should be on record, you fuck. And okay, because that would be a bit of spoilers later, but still, that should be on record. So yeah, that's a Skyfield incident. So yeah, that's, and then the 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 cousin. Fuck me, I hate the characters' names in this movie.
Yeah.
Um.
Eric is the male cousin, the one that's
Okay,
adopted.
the old guy.
Do you mean Uncle Howard?
Yeah, Howard. Fuck. Yeah,
Yeah,
Howard.
the uncle.
Howard. She's like,
Yep.
oh, your father died, and then after our father, I just got insane, and it was like, oh, death is coming for all of us. And then I was like, and then I've I have to leave her just so that we can have a family and stuff. But it's like there's potential there. And then she asked, "Do you still have all the pictures?" And then all the letters and stuff. And then of course Howard was like, "No, we don't. Fuck off."
Oh yeah, it's like no, we did not keep the pictures of horrific deaths. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and yeah, and also, hey, they found a turtle in the fridge. That has no payoff, by the way.
Yeah, there's nothing with the. We were wondering, like, oh, is there going to be a death involving the turtle? We were also kind of hoping the turtle wouldn't die.
I'm gonna be honest. I think the movie probably went for reshoots. The last, because all Final Destination film did.
Yeah. Cause we know it because at least one of the deaths that's shown in the trailer doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. We can show it later, but still. Yeah. And okay, and then Iris just looked through the things from Uncle Howard. Which, do you know how does she find the pictures? That no,
Trying to
apparently,
remember.
remember, Howard and his wife hates her. That they call him sick because she showing death photos. So
Yeah, which she is trying to warn them, but yeah, it kind of
how
makes sense.
how does Stephanie find the letter and photos of, like, oh shit, that is Iris. I'm gonna test your memory.
Oh no. I think I don't remember if she digs through their stuff or that's the thing. I remember it was weird, but I also remember I wasn't really fully paying attention
Okay,
until after this point.
so this the Howard, who's like really hates his mom, hides the thing in like one of the open lockers. And all Stephanie need to
Oh,
do is just open one locker, and she found it immediately.
yeah. Okay, yeah. That's about what I remembered. It's like it was hidden away, and they found it.
Zoe
And
is
but wait, why didn't he just throw them away?
Yeah. Why don't you just throw it away or hide somewhere more secret, like in the attic?
Why? I just don't know why you would keep it. If you think
And
like this is a psychotic woman who's just like threatening or intimidating you somehow,
yeah, and how the
you
fuck did
would.
she find it so quickly?
Yeah. Like you would think it would take her days to find it if it's like this big of a deal.
Yeah. And yeah, and apparently apparently in the letter she found the location of grandma.
Yep. Yeah, because Grandma has in fact not moved for who knows how long, 30, 40 years. Which okay, I guess if death is after you, but yeah, Yeah, she has the return address either way.
So okay, how the fuck
And
did the I don't even know that will the mail office even allowed to go to this place? Because holy shit, this place is horrifying.
well, they have a mailbox. She has a mailbox outside. I don't know how she gets the mail without given. She knew exactly how she would die, and she couldn't leave.
How could you write mail?
Yeah, I don't know how she got mail, but like she does.
But yeah,
I guess.
that's a
How does
funny
she
thing.
send mail? That's what I want to know.
So if I think that the sending mail is fine because like she said that death is only coming for like in the past 20 years. So it's like I get so if she did it like 20 years before that, it's fine. But the thing is like
Yeah, she probably would, because at least one of these kids is over 20.
you should have a different address because that's the time
Uh,
that you move it away to cheat death.
yeah. Well, I guess no. Because she was already familiar with Tony Todd, so presumably she knew, and she already had these clippings in, so she knew about death and like death coming for her. So she probably had time to like prep beforehand. Is the idea?
I don't think so, but it's weird. And then, but anyways, and then we watched a film together, and then we just had to Stephanie just went into the grandma's house.
No. And the grandma's house was ludicrous because this place looks like it looks like something like one of those like crazed militias would have. Like they've got like
I'm gonna be honest,
blockades.
it looks like a castle from Resident Evil.
Yeah, it's got like blockades with like
Barbed
stakes
wires?
out. It's got like just wrecked car. This place looks half junkyard and half house,
It's
and
like
I'm just like, this is the last place on earth I would go if death is after me.
yeah, this is like you could die like a million ways. The thing is like we reference Final Destination 2. Why don't you just do that? Why don't
Yeah.
you just look yourself in a mental asylum? That's what you need to do.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say found that with Final Destination 2, the way she survived, that girl survived, makes sense because she went into like an asylum that had like actual like padded walls and stuff, and like policies involving like sharp objects and all this other stuff, and like it makes sense how it would be difficult for Def to just create an exit. Now, I still think Def should probably would have been able to, especially with some of the stuff we see Def do
This film.
in some of
Jeez.
the this film and some of the later ones, but like
But like
in general,
it will last a lot longer than this shit.
yeah, in general, yeah, you would last longer than in this point. It comes across almost more like she's just hyper aware to the point where she's able to prevent death from like Goldberging stuff, rather than actually it being her cabin is safe.
Yeah, so that's a really shit design. I don't even know how you can design it so long. But yeah, let's continue. Jesus Christ. And she just comes in. She tells her to just drop your phone keys and blah blah blah.
Yeah, but everything in your pockets, everything you're carrying, like lock it up over here.
Oh God, I
Which
was like,
I may I mean I guess that would make sense. You just would in order to survive death. It seems like you would probably want to have like complete control of everything
okay,
that comes into the area.
the thing is, okay, here's the problem. Stephanie should not believe that shit. Because like, dude, you literally drive yourself into a random like a random tree, and then the fucking thing is literally a military fortress. If I saw this, I was like, drop your phone's keys and stuff. Like, dude, I would not drop my phone because that's literally surviving equipment. It's like, why the fuck would you do this? You can literally
Oh
got
yeah,
yourself in a trap.
yeah. I do feel like you would probably just be like, no, I'm not going in there.
It's like, okay, in comparison, because that was actually a thing in the second film. But the second film is like, yeah, all the pin stuff like this, you have to take it, you have to give it for me because like, yeah, and then the nurse takes it away from her.
Yeah,
That makes sense
but
because it's actually
that's
a mental
because
asylum.
the idea is that the asylum is a controlled environment, and you don't want to bring in anything that
And
somebody
the
could use to hurt themselves or kill themselves with.
and the thing and the comparison that Kimberly does not know clear, but the thing is like the mental asylum is trusted with staffs and stuff, so they have no reason to betray you or take your items. Of course, you can hand the items to her. This situation does not make any sense.
Yeah, it's the difference between something that's like almost like a procedural policy thing that what like comes across as intuitive. Like obviously, like if I were to go to a courtroom and I was expected to like put things through a metal or a courthouse and was expected to like put things through a metal detector, I'd be like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. You know, that's like a
Uh,
normal thing. But if I was going to your house and you had like a metal detector, I'd have questions.
okay, so Stephanie went into the room and she slams the door so hard the fire extinguisher outside locked. It's like dropped to the ground. Okay, I'll put a pin on this one later. And then Iris just walks there, and then it's like Stephanie just tell her, it's like, don't move, don't move. And then
Mm-hmm.
Iris is like, hey, sit down, sit down, you can sit down now. And I saw the entire place. It's like, oh my god, how the fuck do you even survive this shit?
Yeah, the place doesn't look particularly like safe from accidents, which is kind of the main way that death kills you. It's just like through like accidents and like knocking stuff over or
There's
sending
like
stuff flying into
stone
other
wars.
stuff.
There's like stone walls and shit. It's like, dude, in the first film, Alex literally packed her entire walls just to survive death in a cabin in the woods. That's a reference. How do you survive this shit? Because death is gonna kill you a million ways over.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, this place looks like a death trap for somebody death isn't out for.
And then Stephanie, and then Iris first thing asks is like, "Where's Darlene?" And Iris is like, "Oh, I don't see." And Stephanie is like, "I don't see her at 10." So basically, did the force.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but and then she was like, "You saw my letters. That's why you're here, right?" You mean the letters like 20 years ago? I
Yeah,
mean,
it that's kind of the thing. It would be like, uh, I feel like you just naturally assume like, oh, okay, maybe something's going on. That's why you're here. But I don't think you'd assume it's the letter, is because yeah, it's been 20 years without any like contact. You never got any like return letters. I don't even know if you'd necessarily know if they remember about the letters existing. They probably didn't keep them.
it's like, okay, okay, whatever, fuck it. Let's just say this. Stephanie and I was like, and then of course this is dumb, but okay, fine. And Stephanie is like, oh, I'm here because of the dreams I've experienced of you, like in the Skyfield incident. Every single night for like 2 months now. It's the same dream. And then she just recounts like you're in the dance floor, you're on the date, but then the dance floor broke, and then there's an explosion, and then you fall and die. The grandma just say the finish the sentence. Everyone dies.
Yeah,
And then Iris like, it wasn't a dream, it's my premonition. And years ago at the Skyfield, I got a glimpse into the future and saw what would happen the day Death was about to do. And she saw of this right before the proposal. And then because that's actually a very final destination thing to do. So yeah, because of that, she saw the woman's like head flies away. The kid is throwing
yeah.
coins, and then
She saw everything that. She saw everything that happened, and then we also learn the. I think the important thing to talk about before we get into like what happens after this point is we get exactly the premise of this movie, which is that basically death wasn't able to work through all the survivors because she just fully prevented the incident. She made it so nobody died, you know?
yeah, and then so it's like she just like stole the penny from the kid, so like no one will die. And she just tell
Yeah.
everyone get off the dance floor, and then no
Yeah,
one
she
died.
pointed out the breaking glass at dance floor, and then everybody left alive. And
No, the thing is, she did not say the glass is broken. So that's like, you should just said that. The glass in the
that's
first
what
one is
you'd
broken.
say.
Yeah. And
Look
yeah,
down. There, you can say it with 2 words.
look down. I saved a lot of lives that day. Lives that were never meant to be saved. But death does not like it when you. They close the. Okay, sorry. They close the restaurants afterwards. After that,
Yeah, which makes
said it
sense,
needs
I guess.
and it said it need additional renovation, but it never reopened. Eventually tore it down. Okay, so you're saying this? They actually inspect the building again and found the entire building is fucked. So how the fuck do you get through it first time?
Maybe bribes, I guess.
Jesus
It's
Christ!
probably that's the only thing I can think of that might be the answer. But I don't know. It comes across as really stupid. But yeah, and we learn the premise of what's going on is death wasn't that what because this is probably hundreds of people that
Okay,
survived.
This is the dumbest cutting corner I've ever seen in my entire life. If you cut corners, you will not risk people's safety. You would just cut the food and stuff. Like maybe the chairs will not be as good and stuff like this. But you never cut the concrete.
Well, I just this is the type of cutting corners where the building is gonna fail, and I just don't understand how.
That was like, yeah, fuck off. You could not do something like this. This is stupid. And yeah,
it's very unlikely. It's not impossible, but it's extremely unlikely. I guess that's the whatever the disaster itself is fine. I'm talking more about the idea for the premise of the movie, which is that basically so many people survived that day that death can't get through them fast enough, and so some of them had kids. And so death starts doing this where it has to work through basically a line before it can move on to the next person.
So yeah, interesting idea. Okay, I'm gonna explore that because they're gonna have a huge exposition dump later. I respect, but death doesn't like it when you fuck with it. Well, fuck with his plans. So over the years, he came back and he killed everyone who was there that night, including my Paul. Oh, Paul died off screen. For fuck's sake. I don't like that. I like that guy.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where I don't know. I said this before. I just don't feel like it would have taken that long for Death to get through all these people.
Yeah.
It's probably a couple hundred.
A couple like hundreds.
Yeah, maybe like 500. Let's even say that. Death seems to work pretty fast. Like the events of this movie where he kills 6, 7 people. That's within a few. That's within a few days. I feel like give it 2 years and Death's probably already cleared him out.
Yeah. Death is trying to kill her, and I will just continue. He's a relentless son of a bitch. Won't stop until he finished the job. But I taught myself how to see him coming, to anticipate his every move. Been keeping him at bay for years now.
Yeah, and then I remember specifically you had the lamp that's reflecting light to try to burn something, and she just throws something to stop it.
Yeah, that was apparently because light source and shit. Because apparently this dumbass was like, oh, let's give a light and let's have plants hang on ropes on the ceiling. I was like, fuck me, if one of the ropes destroy you, can literally just hit your hand and you're dead.
I was gonna say if I'm avoiding death, there's nothing hanging from my ceiling.
Yeah, and I would not have any reflections like glass and stuff. And so she got cancer.
Yeah, and she seems to think that that's how death is finally getting her. It's oh, well, Yeah, I got cancer, so that's how it's gonna finally do it, because it couldn't kill me quick.
So she said. So that's why. So that's why Iris still. Stephanie has dreams because she's dying.
Yep.
And then she was like, maybe my cancer passed my premonition down to you, or maybe it's the fate the man's sense of humor. But who the hell knows? What matters is that when the universe speaks, you pay attention. So that's literally the only justification. Universe tells you. Okay, I will want to explore
The
more.
universe tells you you're gonna die horrifically, so that you can die even more horrifically.
Oh my god. Okay, let's continue. They never explored it beyond this line about the premonition.
Yeah. This is the only like confirmation we get, I think, at least within this movie, about like how the power or the premonition or whatever works.
And then
It's like it might be genetic.
And then she sees this and she just throws a can and just like deflects the sun.
Yeah. She knocks over the thing that the sun is reflecting off of, or she knocks it around so it's not,
And then and then she said, "Here's the book. It will take you a while to learn the basics." It's like, fuck off. You don't need a while to take it. Alex did it in quite easily in the first film. He literally sees the vision of the fan of the truck immediately. And Nick in the fourth film is able to like see entire like objects that's gonna kill him.
Yeah.
What a weird film. So
yeah, and for some reason she goes outside and dies.
Yeah, and do you know why does Stephanie not take the book?
I think it just comes across as ridiculous. She doesn't quite believe it at this point. Is the idea that they were trying to go with?
It's like, and Stephanie is like, yeah, I can't stay. I have to go back to school. That's why she did not take the book.
Yeah. It was something like that. It was very clear though they were going for the idea she didn't believe it.
But it's like, I don't give a shit. You don't believe it. Just take a book. That's your grandma.
Yeah, you might as well take the book because the grandma then she's so desperate to make sure she understands this that like
and
she just kills herself.
She's just like, okay, you know what? I'll just go to it point by point. Fuck's sake, because like she just like, no, I don't want to. And to be honest, I think the grandma's justification of like, oh, I'm sick, you won't be alive much longer. You need the book, which is like fair. You know what? Let me just continue this bullshit. And then Stephanie just runs outside. And then, okay, Stephanie said, no, I think I made a mistake coming here because she thinks that she's insane. I was like,
you probably would, yeah.
I've only got to the context of this book because if you got to the context of this book, it will make you question about the world building even more. So let's just assume that the book is like not that good. Like, let's just assume that the book is just something.
Let's be fair. It does look like a schizo like theory book, you know?
Yeah, it's a schizo theory book, but it's like, here's a gift from your grandma. Just give it to her.
Yeah,
just take it.
I feel like I would just take the book and be like, okay, grandma, and then I'd like leave and just put it in a closet somewhere.
The only thing in the franchise that explains the premonition of knowledge is the comic miniseries where spoilers the protagonist in that is referred to be the reincarnation of a goddess. Yeah, that's what I said. I read the comic.
Yeah. I think you mentioned that about a god. Yeah, it just seems weird.
Yeah. I don't even know how does that work, but I don't even know is that movie is that comic even canon. And so this grandma recognized premonition that she's gonna die when she step outside because of smoke, wind, blah blah blah. Fuck it. She even witnessed how she's gonna die. So and then, okay, you know what? And she can even predict like how is it gonna die and stuff like with pages of a drawing. And then Iris. And then I will be like, okay, what to deal with this shit? You know what? Let's just throw the book. I'll be like, I will just throw the book. I'll just yell at her, just get the book, take the book. I would not walk outside immediately. I would just try to yell in front of the door,
Hmm.
or just throw the book.
Yeah,
It's like,
she doesn't try any of that. It's where it's like just okay, just take the book and humor me. No, but instead she desperately runs out, and because knowing that she's gonna die the moment she gets outside.
you still don't believe me. I was like, just step back, and then she just kill herself. Because how does that work? Um, a wind, like, the thing that points to when just falls down, and then it hits the fire extinguisher. That's like a lot. That's like really old, by the way.
Yeah, an old fire
And then
extinguisher that I don't know if would even like be pressurized anymore.
and it
Really?
launches the fucking thing into her head. By the way, this is not the fire extinguisher is not in like the head angle. It's in like low angle. Like
Yeah.
the thing that you stab the stone and it fucking launches in her head for some reason. It's like the
Yeah,
angle is never wrong.
it breaks off her like jaw. She might even still be alive, to be honest. I don't know if she would be dead from that.
Basically, basically the camera just manipulate the angle so you don't question like how the fuck where the fuck would this thing even be launched? It would not launch into her head.
Yeah, probably. It feels like it would have to be. I don't. Yeah, I don't buy the. Yeah, I don't buy it would hit her in at the way it does, and
And so
it
see,
really is just. It really is just the angle. It's also just one of those stupid things where it's like, well, but you've been avoiding death for years.
and she,
So why was this even there? She actually had in the book exactly how she would die. So it's like you knew this was the thing that would kill you.
yeah, and so yeah, that's how she died, and that's how she died. And so let's talk about in a character angle. Iris decided to do that is fucking moronic as hell. Because she's like, I do not give a shit. Because like, oh, seeing is believing. I was like, dude, you literally just beat run your entire family dying.
Yeah. They're like okay, you have cancer. You are probably dying. Realistically, anyway. That like you probably. I think did she say she had 2 months left? Like that's 2 more months your
No,
family can live.
no, she said she has two
Oh,
months of. She is diagnosed for 2 months. That's cancer.
oh, okay, yeah. So for all we know, she could live years in the future, and like, instead, she just kind of dooms the entire family because it's not like her book had like the way to get out of it either.
Okay, and so in the online, is that the cancer can often use as a 5 year survival rate.
Yeah, it depends on the level of treatment and the type of cancer and everything, and I guess
But
the overall health of the person. But
but but like,
yeah,
I don't give a shit. You literally just speed run it, and then she'll be like, oh, I get that she did not believe her, but like at the very least, take the book and like just read it. It's just a book.
yeah. Yeah, take the book that your cancer diagnosed dying grandma is giving you, even if you do think it's like her just schizophrenia. That's probably a good idea. To be honest, I mean,
I mean,
like,
like
what a harm that taking the book can do? She's dying.
yeah, I was like, yeah, that's and her way forward was just to kill herself, which speed runs everything. Instead of just like yell at her, just like, hey, get the book. Like I know
Yeah,
you betray. I know you do not like me. I know you think I'm saying that. At least take the book.
yeah.
It's like at the you can say something like this, but no, she just killed herself like this. Like, Jesus Christ. I get
Yeah,
the
because
idea.
it's like, okay, well, this will make you believe it and take it seriously. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, because this is what actually is going to trigger. It's not like you have like Uncle Howard stashed away so that he'll survive the first
No,
few like attempts by death.
I mean, okay, even if she like does not take the book, I'll be like, okay, I'll just stay here for like at the very least they will live for months instead of like immediately kill herself so that they
Yeah,
have to speed run the learning experience. And death is gonna come to that like days.
yeah,
Because
because
like
that is the other thing. It's like she just even if she like took the book, she wouldn't have had near the time to actually do anything with it here. Like, Especially because didn't she specifically say it would take forever to actually learn the basics of avoiding death?
That was a retcon, but yeah, fuck
It's like an immediate retcon. Well,
me.
is it because she didn't avoid death?
I mean, because Alex took like immediately, learned that immediately.
Yeah.
Kimberly did that as well. It's so weird because like it's not that hard to learn, but it's like, but fuck it,
Yeah,
it's like a
it's kind of just to avoid. You kind of just have to assume Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
But yeah, so this book, so Stephanie has the book and has the news of like people dying. And so yeah, death is coming to the family,
Yep.
and they attended the grandma's funeral.
Yeah, everyone attended the funeral. Nobody seemed kind of torn up because, well, most of the family wasn't close to her anyway. Like most of them hadn't even met her, but the adults specifically, like the Uncle Howard, hated her. So
Yeah, and then Stephanie was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna use my phone during this graveyard. I'm not gonna pay attention to her dying."
which I don't know.
Julie.
Yeah, yeah. That Julie. Julia was the one who because
No.
she's the one after that dies immediately after Howard, right?
Yeah, let's just say this, and then okay, Eric was like, "Hey, did her face really explode in front of you?" And they were like insensitive shit. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. I guess that's character. And then Stephanie was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're right about Iris." And then she's like, "Never should have went there, honey. There's no need to apologize. I'm so sorry you have to go through this." I was like, "Fuck off! Your mom just died. I know that you're not closed."
Yep. Yeah. That is the thing. It's like they're kind of nonchalant about somebody dying, even if it's like somebody you weren't close to, and even if
Oh,
you maybe had like complex feelings. Everyone in the movie just seems like they're kind of a dick.
Oh yeah, OB said, yeah, she saw it coming, but then try to dodge it low. Yeah, it's like, yeah, oh yeah, you can just dodge it, tackle it. And then it's like, yeah, let's try to kill you. That's also evidence. And so yeah, Stephanie was like, she said something to me before she died. The death is coming for her family. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then Stephanie's long lost mother came, and it's because Howard emailed her, and she was like, "My mom died." I, come on. She said I can come back, and she come back, and then it's like, and then we gotta prepare for the barbecue.
Yeah, then they're immediately on the barbecue, which I assume it's I guess kind of supposed to be. I don't know. Is this just a normal occurrence, or is it specifically for after the funeral? Because I've been to.
That was talk during the funeral.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like fuck.
But yeah, and then this is one of those points where it's kind of it's kind of a case where I don't think she necessarily believes it yet, Stephanie, completely. But yeah, you have like so you have the thing with the glass. You have the glass and the ice. You have the uh all. You have a lot of things that seem to be setting up for when they inevitably for basically for Howard's death. It was the glass that gets broken, and then around where they're keeping the ice, and then they put the ice in, and that gets mixed in. You have the lawn tools. You have the trampoline. I remember all those.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Well,
that
like
was true. And I'm gonna start by dealing with this shit. It's gonna be so.
yeah, I feel like it'll take forever if we go through every single like red herring death for death. I feel like
Okay.
it'll take forever.
But okay, I'm gonna before this, I'm gonna talk about a scene because like Stephanie was like, oh, Stephanie just did not want to meet her mom again because like she does not talk to her, she leaves, and then she's like, just give her a chance. Why she abandons and now she's rolled, and that's after all this you want to act like nothing happened. Those are basically nothing dialogues,
Yeah, a lot of the dialogue is just nothing. It really is just a case of it feels like
and it was like,
all of the scenes prior to Stephanie waking up were like kind of useless because we had this like extended bout of characterization for characters that overall aren't in the movie,
and
and
also
so because of that they have to force all of the characterization in these like really quick bursts.
and so this is for one, this is exposition both of them know. Two, this is fake. You did not give any details. So that
Yeah, exactly. We didn't have the time to learn the like the situation with this family because they aren't at all involved with the premonition. So all of the scenes going up to the premonition are kind of useless.
and then now let's talk about Charlie. Charlie said, I tried calling you Stephanie so many times and nothing. Same with Julie. You used to be friends. You don't even talk anymore. Do you know? And then that's it. And I was like, okay, wait, what? That was never shown in the film. That was never referenced. And then Stephanie said, I've been distracted the last couple of months because of this nightmare. What about, and then, fucking hell, is it? Charlie said, it's been like that since you left. Since you left. And then Stephanie was like, oh, you'll be mad about mom. And then Stephanie was like, I was like, what the fuck? I'm not like her. I'm not crazy and stuff like. So basically, they try to explore generational trauma, and all I can think of is like I have no details to reference.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like I said, most of the characters we have don't really that we're with for most of the movie don't have any time to be characterized because the first like 15-20 minutes of the movie is about characters that don't show up again.
And the thing is like Stephanie and Julie used to be friends. Like holy shit, they could have done something with it. What did they do? Uh,
Yeah, the big thing they do is like Julia doubts the whole like thing. I think that's all they do.
okay, fuck it.
And
Let's
and then
yeah,
they throw away Julia later.
yeah. And so yeah, that's a bunch of information in one scene, and they did not tell me anything. And then Stephanie's like, oh, then the next day, uh, barbecue, cousin's house, barbecue. And then, okay, one of the kids, I don't really give a fuck to remember the names of everyone else. I hate my life. This
Yeah,
movie
like
is
the only character I think was like particularly interesting was Eric,
even
the
the
emo guy.
I think my no, for me not really, but we'll get to that.
Oh yeah, well they tried to characterize him.
Tried and failed so
Yes.
badly. And so what the fuck is it called? So yeah, their family barbecue, and then one of the person called Bobby break the glass
Yeah.
near the ice tray. So
Yeah, Bobby broke it near the ice tray, and so it should
so
obviously be like, well, obviously we're putting the ice in a cooler because we don't want anyone to hurt themselves.
I was like, yeah, what the fuck? What's like? And then they were like, oh, then Julia was like, oh, what if? Then Julia just pissed off, but she never be like, hey, just get rid of the ice.
Well, you'd put it in a cooler.
Like you don't. I was like, what the fuck? If you broke glass next to ice, why the fuck will you use the glass? Use the ice. Throw them all away.
Yeah, like I said, you'd probably go like, oh, okay, shit, I have to go get the cooler from the garage, and we'll use that instead, and we'll and, and I'll have to remember to clean this up later. That's what people would do.
Okay, that's one of the bullshit things that happened in this barbecue because they still want to tease the death so badly. And so that's the first sign.
Oh shit, that's where I recognize that actor from. For Eric.
Where?
He's from The 100. A really
Yep.
bad sci-fi show from the CW.
All right, now I seen an episode. Oh, you know what? he's also in Continuum.
Yeah.
No wonder I meet a scene. No wonder he looks familiar. Oh, he's also in the Flash as Captain Boomerang.
He's like this. He's like this B-lister actor that doesn't seem to have. Oh, he's in. Okay, he's in an episode of The Good Doctor. He's in. Is he anything in anything good? No, I don't
Uh,
think so.
Let me look at it. Jesus Christ. Okay,
No, he's not in anything good. I don't think.
uh, mm, fuck me. I mean, I like Continuum, but that is not a good show. No, she's not. So yeah, so where are we? Where are we going? So
We're still on the backyard
barbecue.
barbecue. Yep.
The barbecue. Bobby, it's like drinks all around, and then everyone just like pour the ice with glass in the table, and everyone, and then Howard's like, family, you don't get to pick the one you get, you just got to love the one that you got. So apparently he never loved her mom, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
He clearly had like bad negative feelings about the mom. Still, this kind of felt like one of those like, okay, you can't really pick your family. I still do love her for all of her faults. It's kind of like one of those nothing toasts. That's kind of like, okay, well, this is like me at least trying to not be like to not hold who she how crazy she was against her. That's the impression I got.
Yeah, and we just have to spend the time together, enjoy every time we have together. Cheers, I love you guys. And then the fake out death, like Julia, I was like, oh, he's not drinking, but he's like, oh, Julia. And then, oh god, you know what? And let's just talk about the book.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I believe this is kind of the point where she's kind of looking at the book. Is it not?
Okay, let's talk about the timeline of Final Destination. For fuck's sake, I really do not want to do this. So it's confirmed later that Julia, Iris have this book since like 20 years before that.
Yeah. So I think that's most of the other movies, if not all of the other movies.
The first Final Destination movie takes place in. Give me a second. Wait, what year is the first Final Destination film? I remember it's like 2001, 2002.
Okay, yeah, then maybe not that one, but most of the bulk of the movies.
Okay, the first film takes place in 2000. The second film 2001. If that being said, how the fuck do you even get all this information?
Yeah, like especially because like I assume she didn't have. She said that she didn't have Death Star come for her only like 20 years ago, so she couldn't have had internet like in this modern internet unless she risked having it installed at her like cabin.
The thing is, like, she literally tell Stephanie, move your phone away.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like, there's no way you can Google this, and there's no way you can even get the research of this because this is gonna be revolutionary. And I was like, how do you get this? Because the first page is literally the second film reference, the log incident, the log incidents.
Yeah.
And then
That's the other thing too. Like, how do you learn what's an incident caused by death versus just an actual freak accident versus like an incident where death is just going for specific people already.
The second thing is the first film, the Final Destination plane explode. I was like, yeah, there's no way you can get this information in 20 years.
Well, not without you can with like internet, and the only thing I can think is maybe Tony Todd uh, gave her a lot of the info.
But yeah, you know what? Let's just talk about that later because when we get to that scene, and so this is intercut between the barbecue scene where it's like someone is gonna die, and then the picture just dropped, a piece of glass just falls right on the ground. Fuck's sake. And then okay, here's a scene of like Howard and Darlene just talk to each other. Okay, there's a lot of potential because there's like, oh, these two brothers and sisters never met each other and they have to nail it in one line. This is a scene before Howard died. Spoilers, who if you give a fuck. And so he said, it's a great, the satellite you got. I wanted the kids to have a happy childhood. Unlike some people I know. You're not talking about us, are you? We had a great childhood. I mean, look at us. I turned out fabulous. Oh, God. Yup. Oh. This is the key to my... And then Howard just gave her a key. The house key.
Yeah.
You know we got a spare room. And he just like told her, it's like, oh, you can just live here. It's fine. He just wants her back to her life. We're just like, okay, cool. That does not tell me anything. I mean, Howard and
It's one of those annoying things where it's like this is kind of just like it's character drama that doesn't really mean anything because it's something that can happen for anything, you know?
And yeah, it always tells me it's like Howard is definitely Howard just like, oh, just come to my place. It's fine. I'll accept you. I was like, don't worry. And then I was like, dude, you got so much history, did not tell anything. You always say it's fake terms. I was like, can you tell me more, please? And then Darlene was like, I don't think it's a good idea. And then Howard was like, it's never too late for a second chance. Darlene just took the key. Not Darlene did not take the key, but he gave the key back to him. And Darlene's like, they're better off without me. Cool. Everything is so fake. Can you actually tell me more detail?
Yeah, like like I said, the problem is that this is, I think, the fundamental problem with the movie. The characters, usually within these movies, a lot of the characterization is done within the first, like, 20 or so minutes,
okay.
where, before the disaster happens, right? Whether it's good characterization or not. The problem is none of the characters were around then actually matter. And so, we lose out on like 20 minutes worth of characterization because of that fact. And
the thing is like the time is so not well spent in this film because a lot of it just exposition, and it's like none of them are like in detail. And I will talk about who the writers of this movie later because holy shit. Let's go through the events of this film first.
Yeah.
And then Stephanie started to call, and then Stephanie called like Charlie's phone. But Charlie's like in the trampoline, so that's why she does not pick up.
Yeah, which I guess makes sense. I guess I wouldn't take my phone on a trampoline either.
And then we saw like, oh fuck, Stephanie's dad is here. Wait, it was like, and then I'll be like, wait, if Stephanie's dad and his brother is here, why is Stephanie not in the house party?
Yeah, what's that? Why does nobody like comment on the fact that Stephanie is not there? Wouldn't it be like, hey, that's weird. Where's Stephanie? Where did she go? Why isn't she here?
It's like there's not even a throwaway line. Is she be like, oh, I'm just there. She wants to study. That would be a fight.
No, she's studying, or she had something to do today, or I don't know, or maybe even, oh, well, we thought it would be best for her to sleep. There's infinite amount of excuses they could give, but it seems like nobody notices or care that she's not there.
Was like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, because I mean, people said that the Final Destination film should not be plot driven. Like, plot is not so really deep. It's like, dude, the first film and second film plot isn't that bad. You're
Yeah,
kidding me.
it should probably be like character driven, because if you just want to like watch like if you just want to watch random like people die in like weird ways, okay, I guess. But like, if it feels like it's more interesting to go through the characters, like this is a multi-million-dollar movie. It's not like a Lively page.
And yeah, and so that's the thing. And then Darlene just spotted like, oh shit, there's an axe in the trampoline. So she
Yeah, it wasn't an axe. I think it was a rake. But
yeah,
yeah.
right. Oh. By the way, I think Ang's like joined us to. Oh, sorry. Ang's watching with us, like together.
Yeah. Another person watched it with us. She wasn't interested in joining, but yeah, didn't she also find that weird?
Yeah, she just found a lot of things weird. She was like, wait, what the fuck does that mean? I was like, because she was like, yeah, how is that no one noticed this?
Yeah, no, that's a weird place to leave a rake too, because it's not like, because I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, well, it makes sense you'd have to have like you would have wanted to rake under the trampoline, though you probably wouldn't have to do it that often, and the stuff would have, but I don't see why you would like leave the rake there, because you would need to like move the rake from there.
Yeah, and so fuck. Howard's wife dropped the beer onto a machine of like, I have no idea what this machine is. I'm gonna be honest here. It's just a machine with like a lot of pipes. Like, what the fuck is this thing?
I can't remember what it was exactly. Can you? I was gonna say, can you? Are you showing it, or?
No, I'm. It's.
I was gonna say, can you send me the picture? Maybe I can figure it out.
The fuck is this shit? Because like that. Because like because this machine has like a lot of like pipes. And
It's
then
probably something to do with the grill, or with because it seems like they have like that outdoor area has like a system for it. It could be. It seems like it has a built-in like counter with like. Up there, it is. Industry self timer. Yeah, this looks like it's probably something to do with the grill.
But the thing is, like, this is never turned on.
Yeah, it looks like it's got something to do with like either the grill, or I'm not even sure what this is. It could be the grill. It could be.
But like, if it's a grill, it's never turned on until now. It's like, what the fuck? And so what the fuck is?
Something with a hose. It could be something with like the sprinkler system.
And then they leave all the pipes in the basket with like racks, like all those gardening equipment. It's like, why? Why would anyone leave all those in the bucket?
Yeah, the weird thing is because it has like an auto button. It has the one button that just says one on it.
It's like, what the fuck is this thing? And then they have it with all the like the dangerous equipment, like the rake, the shovel, all those fantastic stuff. And like, just like, yeah, it's here.
Let me see if.
And why would you put it in the same place as like with like sharp objects that will fall onto people? It's literally just like tubes.
Water softener. That's what it is. That's what Google reverse image search telling me it is.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that shit?
Yeah, it's some kind of water filtration system. Maybe it's for like a pool or something that they might have. Oh, yeah, it's like for pawns and stuff like that, according to.
The fuck? Why we leave this in a bucket?
Yeah, maybe it was something that's like they used to have set up for something. Because
Oh,
that's what Google seems to think it is.
yeah, that was in the trailer, and even I could not figure it out. And watching this,
Yeah,
they
it's some
basically,
kind. It's either that or some kind of like thermostat thing.
yeah. Also, by the way, this is 15 minutes in. We only kill like one person.
Yeah, that's the
Jesus.
other thing. The deaths are really slow in this one. Like usually, from what I understand, they're a bit more quick with this. But yeah. We're 2 hours into the stream.
Yay. Hey, we talked about this movie is not that bad. It's like not gonna take too long, and then we just talked so long, like, explaining every detail of this shit. Trust me,
That's why I said it might be better to skip some of the red herring stuff for the deaths.
Yeah, but
And
the
just
thing
go
is,
to the important ones, like the ones that were baited in the trailer.
sure. Fun fact: we actually spent more time thinking of this movie than the writers of this film.
But probably.
And yeah, and then like Stephanie just knocked over the. Okay, I still forgot what the game is. Like you put a piece of, you rip out a piece of wood and then put it on top. That game.
It's Jenga. Jenga.
Jenga. Okay. Jenga.
Yeah, because they're playing like Jenga with these wood blocks, which I've never seen anyone do with like just solid wood block. Most people will just buy like a Jenga set or something like that. They're just using like random wood blocks. Like it doesn't seem like a smart idea to do that, but okay, maybe some people do it that way.
It's fine. And that thing knocked over, I think, the glass. And also, the thing is like Red pointed out in the trailer. It's like, dude, the fucking glass is literally on top of the lemon. There's no way you gotta miss that.
Yeah.
And so
well, yeah, it just doesn't even look like ice. I mean, like maybe it's like it's not like a tiny chunk of glass either. This is like a massive chunk of ice of glass.
And then this is how it caused the death of Howard. Howard saw Stephanie. He's like, "Hi, Stephanie. The entire family is back." And so this genius decided to walk barefoot instead of just putting his shoes on instead of, I don't know why doesn't he do that. When he knows that Julia just spilled the entire glass, just like drop the entire glass.
Yeah, this is another weird thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but when like I know there's been glass broken, even if I'm not near it, because all the time glass when it breaks, it goes like everywhere. Obviously,
Yeah, and then you just drop a glass cup. I was like, the glass is literally just everywhere. Why the fuck would you even walk there yourself?
Yeah, but even crazier than that, yeah, he's walking barefoot and he steps on the glass and it goes like through his foot, and I was like, no, there's no way that's going through his foot.
And then, and then the rag just dropped onto a lawnmower.
The rake drops onto a lawnmower, which then leaps forward as he's like falling down because he has a glass thing going through his foot and goes onto his head and just kills him. Which I don't know, like at least in my experience, lawnmowers generally somebody has to like push them forward.
No, you have to push the button. You have to push the button.
It's not even like a riding mower or something like that. It's like a normal push lawn. Actually, you have to like rev the engine on those things. You have to like pull the cord for most of it. Maybe it's an electronic one that's just a single button.
What is this? Look like a car for no reason.
Like I said, it could be like a riding. It could have been like a riding mower because those are a thing. But this doesn't look like it's a big enough area. I remember it looking like just a normal lawnmower.
There's a lot. What's it? And then I'll be like, wait, why the fuck would the lawnmower be designed like this? If you press a button, it drives like a car.
Yeah, it goes like it just leap forward. It just like okay, obviously Death is doing some shenanigans, but yeah, generally these things don't like leap forward like this.
Fuck, man. I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
scared of this shit.
yeah, but yeah, then yeah, Howard's dead. Yep.
I'm gonna think of a larger issue because like Final Destination Death used to be relatable, like bathroom incidents, like hit by a car, like those very relatable. And now this is just absurd. How am I supposed to relate to this shit?
Yeah, like this is like freak accident that I would immediately believe. Yeah, this had to have been something supernatural.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's the first one. And then yeah, Howard died. And then we got another funeral scene, for fuck's sake.
At least I didn't lean on the funeral scenes too much, but after this, I believe we get.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be mentioning Final Destination 1 because holy shit. Because there's a funeral scene there, and then the thing is like in that funeral scene, we have like every single character reacting to how death. Some people still try to ignore it, some people just like thankful for Alex for saving them, some people just it's like you have to done something. It's like and then Clear was like, oh, I don't know you, but thank you for saving my life. We got a lot of perspective there, and what does the funeral here tells me? It was like nothing. No character have any perspective. It's just like he died. Low, move on.
Yeah. It's just like he died, and then yeah, we have Stephanie kind of explaining like what's going on to them, which is, oh yeah, death is coming for us.
Oh god,
all this stuff, and obviously, as per usual, none of them believe. Even though, like I said, look, if I'd be skeptical if it was just one of these deaths, but you have these two like weird freak accident deaths in the family happen like right next to each other. I think I'd be like, maybe worth being at least a little careful right now.
and then we got a large thing called JB found someone who survived. For fuck's sake. Yeah, basically, Stephanie just flipped through the book to find out the ending solution, and then she found a page called JB found someone who survived.
Yeah.
My first question: why don't we just write his full name?
Yeah, well, especially because she also did have the chart that shows exactly how death is going to attack them, which is it's going down the older siblings line and then the younger siblings line, basically for the two kids of Iris.
I don't know why is it called JB for no reason. It's like, what the fuck does JB mean?
Yeah. Well, especially because she did make this book specifically to hand off to somebody. I don't know. I feel like I'd want to be specific about who I'm talking if I'm referencing anybody, because it's not like Death doesn't know. It's not like you're trying to hide info. I'd be like, reach out to, I don't know who JB actually is, but dude, this person, here's their phone number.
What the fuck, man? I was like, dude, Tony Todd's character is called William Bloodworth. It's not JP, for fuck's sake. It's WB.
It might be a thing of like they didn't know he had like a canon name.
What the fuck? His name is so obviously said in the first two films. You dumbass. Yeah, sure. And so she pieced together with the novel, and apparently there's no address for like who the fuck is JP or the full name.
Yeah, there's no information on who that is, or what would be even better, because we know she was in contact with him. If she actually just explained how the person survived.
Yeah. Oh my god. And so yeah, and then Stephanie just have like the chart and just like present it to her family.
Yeah, which is it's because it killed Howard. They believe it's gonna kill Eric next, and after Eric, Julie, and then Charlie, I believe.
Oh my god! And then you know what? Let me just go through all of this. This is gotta be a bunch of bullshit expositions. I'm gonna have to explain this. Stephanie said, I found all these in papers in Iris's book. There are obituaries and articles for the people who were at the Skyfield on that night that Iris had her premonition. Each one of these people went on to die in some weird and messed up ways. And not only that, they all died in the same order as Iris' premonition. Hundreds of people
Yeah,
were supposed to die that night, but
yeah,
Iris
hundreds
stopped
of people were
disaster.
supposed to die that day, but
So death came back for them one by one. Since there were so many survivors, it took years for death to get all of them, but eventually it got to Iris.
I don't know. I can buy it could have taken death months.
She was the last to die in the premonition. Where do I even begin with this shit? So, for how do you gather? How do you even find all this information?
Yeah, like I guess she continued to have her newspaper delivered, and it happened to report off all these. Even though people would probably end up spreading out just over time. But you had a bunch of young adults here that probably would have moved away. Maybe some would do stuff like enlist in the army. Some would probably get jobs that require going away. But also, like I said, I don't buy that it would take years for death to kill even a few even if it is hundreds of people like this. I mean, maybe you had a few people like Iris that figured out ways to avoid it for long periods of time. That's the only thing I can think of. But then I don't know if I buy it.
I don't. But
yeah, because death can literally also go off multiple cycles, so it's not like death can get distracted.
It was her and little boy. Okay, you know what? Okay, it was her and the little boy, but she was prepared. She single-handedly held off death for decades.
Yeah.
Okay, and the thing is, if this is the incident, because everyone on Skyfield would record it. If they all died in the ways that and their connection is they all went to Skyfield. Dude, this is a fucking investigation at this point.
Well, yeah, you'd assume there's got to be some kind of, is this a mob thing? Is this part of a cover up? You'd have somebody investigating in, especially because as far as we know with death, it usually starts after a couple months maybe, or a couple weeks.
A couple months, but yeah.
Yeah.
This is a fucking cover, and then somehow this fucking incident that causing hundreds of people is not referenced in the previous film. So just holy shit, this is gotta be massive news. If any of the police should not be oh, maybe he killed him. It's yeah, but at the same time they will acknowledge it was dude, this Skyfield thing, yet everyone died that day. Everyone joined there died. That should be referenced as hell.
Oh yeah, it would probably come up as this is a major thing that's ongoing, and especially because Tony Todd is specifically involved in this cycle, and he has interacted with multiple other characters.
It's the fuck, man,
within the franchise. Yeah.
And then of course the family did not believe it, and then Stephanie keeps going on. She was it has everything to do with, because death took so long, make it through the survivors. These people went on to have families that they never should had. So death took them too. Oh my god. Okay, if your family died, if your dad died, and then suddenly all your kids died, this has to be an investigation. I'm sorry, this has to be in record.
Well, even if it's not an investigation that's happened or whatever, I feel like it would come up in research pretty easily. I don't know, this is another one of those horror movies where they forget the internet exists, for example.
And not just internet exists, the past movies exist. I was
yeah,
Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this shit? I was literally just scrambling my brain just to comprehend every single thing you just said. And I was like, why would you write the movie like this? Because here's the thing, I actually like you can explore that. What if the people who's supposed to die have families? Would death took them too? And then the answer is yes. It was like, I do not like the answer is yes, but still, fuck it. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
But what? But like, okay, you can explore this, and they only go beyond this. Oh well.
Yeah, it's just like this is kind of a new mechanic. The idea that if you have kids while death is targeting you, then your kids are also part of the are also a target, and like, and all of that stuff. That is now a like canon mechanic of the whole series.
Yeah, and then Iris is like, yeah, they got death is following the patterns of each branch by age. Okay, so her conclusion is Howard's gonna die, and next is Eric, and then Julia, and then Bobby, then next is gonna be Darlene.
Yeah,
Stephanie,
it's
and then
revealed that
Charlie.
Eric was actually adopted.
Charlie.
Well, actually, no. First, we get the near death thing, which it's set up as though it's Death doing it because it's such an absurd situation. But then we learn it's not Death doing it.
It's so okay. You know what? Let's just say this. Why the fuck would? Why the fuck would
the tattoo shop fire?
Why is a pattern like this? Why isn't it like Howard, Darlene? You know, the oldest to youngest, because that's what Stephanie said, oldest to youngest. But why isn't like Howard, Darlene, Eric, Julia, and then her? It's like, why the fuck is this? Is that the order? Just kill one branch and the other branch.
Yeah, so I guess the idea is like one branch, and then any kids they have kind of move up into that part of the queue, I guess.
I don't know, because that's bullshit. That's a bullshit rule. And then of course the entire room is like, yeah, we don't believe you. This is almost 1 hour in the movie, right?
Yeah, I think it's I think so. That's the thing. The movie goes the movie goes kind of fast, but kind of slow and kind of fast. It's like the deaths are pretty spread out for one of these films.
And then no one believes her. And then I mean, a situation like this, you hope that one character listens to you.
And I feel like after Howard's death, I might be like, maybe.
Maybe your grandma just died, and then your dad just died. I was like, maybe. No one was like, yeah, fuck off.
I would at least be like, I'll probably at least be a bit careful.
Yeah. But no one listens. I was like, oh, okay. The only one that tried to talk to her is like Darlene, and like her mom. Do you know what Darlene said?
I can't remember the exact line, but
I don't think
she was buying into it either.
No, she's not.
Yeah. It was something about how convincing the Iris could be, and it's like, well, but it's that she wasn't convinced by Iris; she was convinced by the spontaneous death that she was told would happen. That is pretty compelling evidence.
Oh god. And so now we got to the tattoo shop scene. We actually react to that in the trailer. And turns out there's no other context.
Yeah, it's set up to be like as though this is like death targeting Eric specifically because he's the next in line. It is like one of those like freak accidents that could only be death, but like it's like his nose ring gets caught in like the ceiling fan, and then he gets like pulled up off his feet, which by the way is still ridiculous. Like that, there's no way a ceiling fan is going to.
No.
Do that.
And the thing is, like, Eric could be like, dude, just take off your nose ring. Just take off your nose ring for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah, because you would definitely be able to like take off a piercing like that. It's not like it's. You probably would have to clean it and stuff.
No, and then he's a tattoo artist. Like, why wouldn't you know how to do that?
Yeah, well, not only is he a tattoo artist, I'm pretty sure he does do piercings.
No, he literally pierced a person's tongue.
Yeah, so he does do piercings. But yeah, on top of that, like, you have the broken glass on the floor, you have the fire starts, and that's when the fan breaks and drops him into it, and it's like, okay, well, this obviously like has to be death, and like the shock reveal is no, he's still alive. His jacket actually kept him from dying in the fire, I guess.
Yes, yeah, sure. I guess your fire did not burn his hair.
Yeah. And like this is treated as like I remember too when we were watching, I was like, oh, okay, so he somehow survived. It's kind of stupid, but like, okay, well, I guess they would move past, and they're going to only learn that once the next person dies, but they're going to believe he's still at risk.
Yeah,
because that's what I thought it would be.
And then Darlene, like Stephanie is like, oh, dude, I could not find Charlie. I could not find Eric. I'm just gonna wake up Charlie and just like keep driving him to him.
Yeah, she's worried about Eric because obviously, as far as she knows, Eric is the next to die in line to die. So she's probably already assuming the worst. And then we run into Eric, and yeah, after they like learn about the fire, and he's like, yeah, my jacket saved me.
Fuck's sake. Okay, and by the way, they only got the news now. It's like, oh shit, the place Eric works on got burned. Do you know what my first instinct is like? How the fuck is this not? Why the fuck wouldn't the police and firefighters call your family already?
Well, yeah, even the hospital would probably call them like, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Blank, so your son is here at the hospital. There was a fire, but they're okay. Or like he'd probably be even if he's unconscious. Yeah, they'd probably be his like emergency contact. Yeah. Well, I guess his dad is dead, but like
the mom is not.
Yeah, the mom would. The mom isn't even in the cycle, as far as I remember.
No, she's not. And I would be like, oh shit. And then apparently they found him like next morning. I was like, Jesus Christ, you actually burned yourself. But like, and somehow there's no like further investigation like of your health and stuff.
Yeah, you would not be like out and about. You'd probably be in the hospital they probably want to keep you for a few days. You know, he's not like injured at all, really. He like completely got unscathed, and the reason is because this was a red herring.
Yeah.
The reason
Yeah. And yeah, holy shit. Yeah. So, of course, I'm surprised this character was like, oh, both of her parents died, and then she was like, yeah, it's fine. I just got stabbed, and he just so casual about it for no reason.
Well, yeah, like his dad died, his grandmother died, as far as he's concerned, and he's like, oh yeah, I must be invincible because I escaped completely unscathed. He's like almost like stupidly cocky about it. He's like, meanwhile, Stephanie is just kind of freaking out and like expecting something to kill him, and she even like gives like the convoluted thing about the oh well, maybe the soccer ball hit you, and or so this will happen and this will happen, and it'll cause the kids to knock the soccer ball into your head. And then as they're going about this, and as he's like blowing them off in casual, there's several like moments where it's once again doing the red herring thing of like, oh my god, he's in danger. It's funny because, like I said, I thought the reveal would be like, oh well, somehow he did escape death this time, and so obviously death missed him on the cycle. You know, it'll cycle back around to him because that's how I understood the mechanics to work.
And then this is just a bunch of like lampshade, and then Julia walks into the scene. I was like, Julia's gonna die. That's my first reaction.
Yeah, I think we were both like, yeah, Julia's gonna die. I was wondering if they forgot about the mechanic with that, or if they were, because it feels like that's one of the mechanics Iris should have known about.
The thing is, like, oh god, I love the actress who played Julia. It's like Anna Law, and she's so wasted. And she's supposed to have a relationship with as like the character, like Julia's supposed to have a relationship with Stephanie. Like, oh, they used to be friends. It's like, oh, it's like cool. They should explore that. It's like, no.
Yeah, no, she was literally thrown away.
Fuck me.
Yeah, because the soccer ball actually does go flying and hits Julia and knocks her into the bin as the garbage truck is picking up the bin. Somehow the garbage man doesn't notice. Somehow there's no like emergency like stop phone, which there definitely would be some kind of emergency. I just don't buy there's not some kind of emergency like thing to hit inside that inside one of those things. I feel like there's gonna be some kind of emergency override.
And also the fact that I just want to know how the fuck did a soccer hit Stephanie so hard it launches her into a trash can?
Yeah, that was it's one of those Rube Goldberg deaths, where it's just like, yeah, she gets knocked into the trash can, but somehow magically the guy driving the truck is so oblivious he doesn't notice the people running by the side of the truck. He's just completely enveloped in like his music, I think it was.
Yeah, and then the kid does not even realize she kicked the person into a trash can.
Yeah, the kid doesn't seem to notice either, which I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't know it. But yeah, like you probably traumatized that kid realistically. And the garbage man.
I was like, holy shit. And then Julia was like, what the fuck, man? I was like, oh god, I love Anna Law, but holy shit.
Yeah, and Julia just gets crushed in the garbage truck as they're trying to like rescue her.
So I need to go through this bullshit. And then do you know why the fuck did they not notice that? Because apparently the truck is running so slowly. And then the driver is like listening to music and look at like Tinder.
Yeah, well, I can buy the trucks going slowly because it's probably going. It would have to be the problem is the truck isn't stopping at every house for some reason, even though it would be.
It would be. And it's like you see several houses passes by.
Yeah, it just starts driving. Like, bro, you missed some. Or maybe Death made sure that those people forgot to put their bins out that day.
And then Julia is crushed to death, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, she's crushed to death. And like I said, this is one of those characters I actively could barely remember. Like she barely gets anything in the. How many lines does she get in the movie? Maybe like 4?
It's like 4. It's like 5, and none of those lines are important. They were like basically tell them to fuck off.
Yeah.
I love. Oh my god! I only remember her because she's played by Anna Law, and she played like bad. She played and she played what?
She's another CW actor.
Oh yeah, she played like Stephanie Brown in CW.
Yeah, that's a second CW actor in the movie. How many more?
I mean, Brad Bassinger.
Now I'm curious. Hold on.
To be fair, the Brad Bassinger plays Stargirl.
Yeah, Stephanie also was a CW actor.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Oh well. That's yeah. They're all TV actors, so they don't have to pay much. Anyway.
Yeah, I assume they probably got them because they were cheap. Yeah.
And holy shit, it took like 3 deaths just for them to like realize like, oh shit, we should believe you.
Yeah, and then she's trying to figure out why it skipped over Eric, which I thought, like I said, once again, this is one of the things where I thought it was going to be like, no, Eric somehow spontaneously survived, even though the way he survived was really stupid. But I thought they were going to introduce like you saved somebody, it skips that person is cycle, and then it cycles back, and she's gonna look at that book and learn that. No, it's just like, oh, Eric's adopted.
Oh, not Eric's
it's like,
adopted.
oh, then why did Death try to kill him like 20 minutes, like 5 minutes ago?
Fuck, Stephanie just like, oh, the mom was like, oh, sorry, I actually like, how do I explain? I actually cheated on your mom, on your dad, so that's why he's not.
Oh yeah, yeah. The idea is like he was probably the product of an affair. Yeah, that was it. I think that was the idea.
What the fuck? I was like, oh, okay. Was good.
Yeah, it's like I would have taken that moment to be like, oh shit, so I'm not on the list. Okay, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
What the and Eric was like, oh, who the fuck do you bang? I was like, what?
Yeah, Eric seemed like legitimately pissed off because at this point everybody does believe it, seem to believe it.
Yeah, and then it was like, yeah, it's your fault, mom. And then she was like, Bobby, does that mean that Bobby is next? And so we're like, yeah, and then they just head to a hospital.
Yeah. Well, so the idea is Bobby is next, and then I believe they get they finally find JB, which the reason he's called JB is it's William John Blood or whatever. So
let's talk about love bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit before this moment. Holy shit. So Stephanie's dad was like, because Stephanie's mom was like, yeah, we have to find this JB guy and how do we stop it? Because he thinks, and then the dad was like, you devastated this family when you walked out. And I was like, my god, 3 people just died and this is what you're focusing on? Fuck off.
Well, I feel like it would probably be like, okay, well, this JB guy has figured out how to save somebody, so some of us should probably figure out that. Meanwhile, the rest of us, let's put Bobby somewhere that he can't get killed. There's nothing else we need to know about Bobby. He is actually your son. You know it for a fact, right?
Okay, and then do you know how the fuck did they find out he works at Riverside Hospital? Because Darlene was like, oh, I know that name. My mom used to write me letters, and she sometimes would talk to you about a friend of hers named JB who works at a hospital.
Yeah, which is kind of like, okay, that's a incredible coincidence.
Not just coincidence. Have you watched Final Destination? Like any of the past films? I say that because this guy does not work in that hospital. In the past,
I was gonna say I only vaguely like remember them, but yeah, it doesn't sound like it fits with those either, because I
was like, I don't think I don't think Tony Todd worked in those hospitals in the previous films. I don't think so. I don't think he works in the hospital.
If so, then that just makes this world, like the world as far as this is set up, really small. People should all know about this, because that implies all of this has been happening in the same region, basically.
Yeah. Okay, to be fair, I can buy the fact that the mom, like Iris and William Bloodworth, like works really close because they have a history together. It's like fine.
It makes sense. That's one of the things that makes more sense, like because it gave an origin for who William Bloodworth is.
Yeah, and so William Bloodworth. So yeah, fucking Riverside Hospital. William Bloodworth does not even work in a hospital in the previous film. So for fuck's sake. He works in like the funeral places when you like decorate bodies to make them look better.
Yeah, which is a nice creepy kind of way to tie him into like the whole like death lore and everything like that. And it kind of makes sense for somebody who'd be knowledgeable about this thing to possibly work in that type of field.
Yeah, and then like and then Bobby just came along to the RV to go there. What the fuck do you drive an RV?
So my family owns my extended family at least owns an RV.
And then
over in my home state.
And then Bobby was like, and then Eric came along and was like, I'm just gonna look out for my dad. for my brother because like Darlene has like not beforehand because like has peanut in that problem thing, and then he just wants to like remove them before he goes out. I was like, that's a poor justification. But I mean, the subtext is like he's trying to look out for him. It's like, okay, fine.
Yeah. This is like the brief part of the brief characterization, because that character does start getting like protective of them now that he knows shit's going down. When before he was kind of like the asshole older brother emo kid. I kind of liked that as part of his character, but the problem is it's one of those things where they just don't. It's undercooked. It's fucking raw.
Yeah, and so we got a scene with Darlene, like Stephanie and her mom, Darlene.
Yeah.
And so they have like picture of them, and then we got Darlene said, "I always keep the pictures when I see them." But and then Stephanie responded, "You could have just had a real thing, but you'd gone. Now everyone wants you to be a mom." And what Darlene said, it's like, "Is that what you think? That I didn't want to be your mom? Look, I was raised by a woman who taught me to see death everywhere. I thought I could put it behind me. But then when I had you and your brother, all I could see were 100 different ways that you and Charlie could die. I didn't want you to leave the house. I would freak out on you guys over nothing."
This is another one of those things where it's like,
and I saw the same scared little girl that I was growing up and know that I was gonna ruin your life.
This could have been something, but it's this whole movie is full of things like this where it
means nothing.
It's like this could have been something. This could have been something like the idea of somebody who's like raised kind of in the shadow of the idea of death is coming for their family. I think that could have been super interesting. But yeah, also we don't really see that as much in her character, really. You know.
No, and then the thing is, like, if she's raised to be 100 death, it's like, why the fuck would you not believe your daughter when she pointed that out?
Yeah, you would have like probably like, especially after like the second death, you probably would have just believed it.
Yeah,
you would have been like, oh, okay, yeah, shit, mom was right.
It's so bullshit. And that was like breaks everything. Like she wants to, but it's like she doesn't want to see her daughter die, so she divorced. I guess I don't know, fucking know. But you are gonna die as well. That's they skip that part.
Yeah. In fact, you're gonna die first. But yeah,
and then they walk to the hospital. This scene is actually in the trailer that Darlene died here, but she did not.
Well, yeah, because they couldn't kill her because they'd already kind of set it up as like, basically like there's no way she could have died here because, in order for the order to work, Bobby has to die still. Before she's up.
There's a lot of reshoots in this film. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they changed around the order and stuff to with those reshoots in, because it's obvious, like, especially with the rotating door thing, they linger on it enough that it's clear they're trying to, like, oh my god. But I'm like, no, these kind of like rotating doors are really easy to stop. You can do it with your foot.
And then they just walk around the door, the hospital. Apparently, they just allowed to for no reason, even for someone's surgery.
Yeah, they're just kind of like giving free reign. Nobody like stops. Hospitals, those places full of prescription drugs that absolutely are controlled. In like hospitals have security. Like you can't just walk anywhere in a hospital.
And then it's got a reveal, and it's Tony Todd.
That's the idea. Like JB is Tony. Yeah, because they made his middle name John so that they can call him JB, so that
Jesus
they can.
Christ, you could just call it WB. Warner Brothers. I mean, you could just
Yeah.
call me
William. Bill.
The thing that he did not even artist not write his full name, his address in the book is insane.
Yeah, like you would want them to be able to find him.
Yeah.
You'd be like full legal name right here. The last time I talked to him, he was working at this address. He lives here. Here's his phone number.
Jesus Christ, who the fuck wrote this dog shit? I mean, it's funny, but still.
It is really funny.
By the way, this is my favorite character of the entire franchise. Tony Todd. And he was like, Darlene, no Julia, but no Howard. Who is next? I was like, Bobby. Because I actually quite like the scene. I don't know, it's because of Tony Todd's performance. And then she just tell him, it's like, who? And then, so, somebody asked William Bloodworth, how the fuck do you know him? And this is the question that is, okay, I can quite appreciate because he actually gave us the answer. Who is William Bloodworth? He's always a guy
He's a little kid, yeah.
And because he's always a guy who knows a lot, but somehow, so people theorize, how does he know a lot? And so the answer is she's the lit, and of course this is not planned. Don't get me wrong. It's like
it obviously wasn't.
It's like she saved my life in the sky field.
Yep. Yeah, so the idea is like this long chain of people that have spent years killing. He is the last link in that chain, basically.
And then we got to see a flashback. I was like, oh, she saved the kid, and she was a little boy.
Yep. Which I think that kind of makes sense for somebody like him. It explains like how he has this knowledge. It explains like how he probably was like looking into the whole thing, and
then years later, Irish tracked him down. Okay, fine. I don't know how she tracked him down, but sure, fuck it. And she said Tony Todd helped her fortify her cabin. I mean, I think
your cabin just doesn't look at all like safe enough.
Help me see the truth. We traded ideas. I helped her fortify her cabin. We become friends. I even helped her get the best medical care I could consider her condition. Yeah. So that's the exposition, which is fine. I mean, okay. It's weird because like, here's the thing. Because in the second Final Destination movie, Tony Todd said, "New life prevents death." So if this movie said, if you give birth to one person, die. If you give birth to one person, how the fuck did no one died? How the fuck what does new life stop death means? And William Bloodworth said, but so that line is fake, and then it turns out the answer is that you have to kill yourself to resurrect in order to prevent yourself from dying.
Yeah, basically you have to be brought back, which is basically just fuck you, I guess.
Yeah. And then Iris said, Stephanie said, Iris said that you found someone who stopped death and survived. And William Bloodworth responded with yes. And William Bloodworth said there's only two ways: by killing or by dying. You take a life, you get the time that person has left.
And they're like, okay, well, we're in a hospital, so, and this is where I was like, well, wait, what does that mean by dying and coming back? Like, does that mean your heart stopped? Does that mean you stopped breathing?
I mean,
what does that entail?
I mean, the thing that the movie gives us, like, you have to flatline your heart first.
Which, there probably are drugs in the hospital that can do that and then have you, and then have you help you survive after. But like that's not an easy thing to do.
No. And then okay, William Bloodworth, like, then to truly break the cycle, you have to die a long time ago. And then William Bloodworth said, a long time ago, a young woman named Kimberly Corman found herself on death list, just like you. And when her turn finally came, she died, flatlined. But her doctor managed to bring her back, and that broke the chain. Yep. So so that's a reference to Final Destination 2, which I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad that they confirmed she's alive, because holy shit, I'm going to be so pissed off if they killed off another character off screen. Yeah, hey, are you here?
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at something, but yeah, he's just like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna just go and enjoy all the time. Which, to be fair, I feel like at that point he's like 70 or 80 years old. Who knows if if the character actually has like kids or anything. And this was also an improvised line, and it's kind of just a nice like send off, I guess, from the actor.
You got the line wrong. Fuck.
Oh. Yeah, well, I don't remember the exact line, but yeah, I remember him saying that he's going to go and enjoy the time he has left.
And then, so it's like above exposition. So Stephanie said it's risk. So basically, the confirmation is like, so what happens is Final Destination 2 is like, really not thought that new life creates death. That's just a theory. So a lot of things he said is a theory. There's no confirmation. Yeah. But this finally she has confirmation you have to kill yourself to flatline in order to bring you back to life. That's confirmation. So yeah, I actually like this part.
Yeah, well, I kind of like that the characters after this. So there is that moment where they're like looking at like the maternity ward or whatever, the ward with the babies, and you can kind of see like them thinking like, well, if we are going to kill somebody to prolong any of our lives, like this would be the place to do it. I think it was Eric and Bobby that you kind of get that thought, and they don't say anything.
No,
but yeah, the whole mechanic, with the
let's just continue.
The whole mechanic, the whole mechanic with the you have to die and come back thing. I don't know that I think that's kind of a stupid rule.
But it's a law, so it's not even like it's a thing in the second film. So it's like, oh shit. So you question, why didn't Irish try that? William Bloodworth said it's risky, and you fuck with death and loss, things can get very messy.
How much worse can it actually be though than like you already have a impending horrible death. What F.
And then William Bloodworth just said, for years people have been coming for me for advice. Well, I'm tired. I'm done with all that. And now I'm just sick like Iris. There's no running this time. Fact is, you're all gonna die. And after that, I will too. But a fun fact is Tony Todd is actually sick in this scene. Actually, he's dealing with cancer.
He kind of looked at too. Like, I believe he did die after this.
Yeah, and he said, and then this is the improv line. He said, now my old friend is gone. I'm retiring. And then Bobby was like, we need your help. And then Bloodworth said, I intend to enjoy the time I have left. I suggest you do the same. Life is precious. And enjoy every single second. You never know when.
Good luck. I like the line as a send off for the character. The problem is, we do know when. It's after he dies. Points.
Yeah, so he's gotta die, and he just advised you if you can either try these two methods, or else you can enjoy life as it is.
Which no, because the death if we don't do this, I'll be dead in like a week. I don't have time to like enjoy it.
Yeah, so those are the answers.
Yeah, which, and like I said, with the hospital, then you get them looking around the hospital because Eric is looking for a way to like break the cycle right there with Bobby.
Yeah. And then they're like, yeah, let's just kill him and resurrect it. And then you can now talk about the plan, the genius shitty plan.
Yeah, it's So first, they do see the maternity ward with the infants, and you can kind of see that Eric is kind of considering and like measuring the option of like, well, if you kill them, you get the time they have left. It's like, well, if we do that method, like this is the place to do it. But I don't think they actually talk about it all, but instead of doing that, their plan is basically to find something to trigger Bobby's peanut allergy.
Yeah.
And then save him afterwards. Which is a ridiculously dumb plan. But I guess this is the place to have an allergic reaction.
Yeah.
Hospital. So Eric stashes Bobby in like a MRI room, which I'm kind of shocked you could even get into the MRI. I feel like that would be locked.
Yeah, what the fuck? And then Eric was like, "Hey, Jesus, like I'm gonna buy a thing from this machine for like nuts."
Yeah, vending. Yeah, something with it was some kind of candy bar with nuts in it from a vending machine. Well, and while he's going and doing that, the MRI machine just kind of slowly turns on in the background somehow.
And then because the peanuts suck, and so their idea is to how to describe this? Just knocked over the machine all the time. And Eric is so mad he punched a glass, and somehow no one noticed this.
Yeah, nobody's noticed. No security has noticed. They're able to walk through the hospital completely unhindered. There's no like key cards or like security system in the hospital.
And even when they play around this machine, like this food machine, they were like, no one noticed. Like, holy shit.
Well, they don't even have like an EpiPen ready.
Okay, and then
they have no plan actually for after they've triggered the actual like allergic reaction, because then the MRI machine is like powered up and it's like slowly gaining more and more power as they're going in doing this.
Yeah, and so God, I'm not because how they turn because like Eric slammed the door so hard, the thing from the desk like hits enter of the keyboard and it starts the machine. Apparently, no one like turns the machine off the entire time.
Yeah, not only that, the computer was logged in. It wasn't like shut down. It wasn't like on a sleep screen or standby screen. Apparently, all you need to press is one button to like turn on the MRI, and not only that, but turn it up to maximum power.
And then the plan is like, and then they saw like the MRI machine like turn on. Was like, shit, that's death sign. You just leave. Let's just stay here.
Yeah, they don't notice that the machine is on until it's too late. Eventually, Eric's like piercings are what like cause them to notice, because like obviously.
Yeah, it's weird. And then here's the thing. If this is my plan, I would be like, okay, what the fuck would I do if I want to try to kill myself? I'll just take my like the allergic thing away and then just eat the nuts like in front of people, and then have me drop on the ground, and then every one of the hospital staff would just bring me to just save me.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. They're doing this in like this random MRI room where nobody can rush it. There's no not going to be a crash cart. Nobody knows you're here. I thought what was going to happen was Death was going to either kill or basically just keep Eric like from being able to move with the MRI machine, and then it was going to and it was just going to let Bobby die of the allergic reaction, because I thought that would be like almost like I thought that would be an interesting way for Death to do it, and kind of also be fucking around as kind of like, yeah, hey, don't go fucking with my plans or ends. But instead of doing that, it's implied. Okay, yeah, you continue.
Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to say again? So this MRI machine?
Yeah, MRI machine. It's used for taking like scans of people, essentially.
Yeah, I'm surprised like there's no like.
They're also really magnetic.
There's like, yeah, I don't know how this machine works, but it's like I thought that, because when I first saw it, was like, did you copy that from Terminator Genesis?
No, an MRI machine is an actual thing, and they are actually like very magnetic. There's like people who have been like killed because they had like implants or piercings or other assorted things.
I remember Art told me that. I remember Art told me that he could not use an MRI machine because he has implants.
Yeah, because the MRI machine is magnetic resonance imaging, so it uses magnets to. It uses does something with magnets to get like clear images of the inside of your body.
Okay, so this stuff is actually teasing the promotion when they're like, "Oh, we gotta have a death related to MRI machine." I was like, "Fucking how?" I was like, "Oh," and then I would be like, "They gotta put some insane bullshit, right?" And one of the characters got try to cheat death by eating nuts, and I was like, "Okay, that's cool." Like, how did you go execute?
You wouldn't have expected that to happen within like the same like scene.
And yeah, and then they were like, "Oh." And so, the other three people just try to search over for Bobby and Eric.
Yeah, they're searching because it turns out this plan is really poorly thought out. Because first off, I don't know how. Like once again, I don't think they should even have been able to get into this room on their own like this. But then, also like them doing the staged death around a room, whereas you can literally just have a situation of somebody having an allergic reaction because like oh I didn't know there was nuts in that,
yeah,
and like believable.
And so there's a TV screen. It's like you could not have piercings in the MRI machine. It's a powerful magnet.
Yeah.
So, and then Eric just like, hey, sit down in the
Yeah, he has them sit down in the MRI room, which...
No, he has him sit down in a wheelchair, and then the plan is for him to step into ER room. What the fuck is the ER room again?
Emergency room.
Oh, emergency room. Like, wheel him down to emergency room. Oh, but like, dude, just eat in front of an emergency room. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, like, you could at least... Like, this is, like, kind of the worst place for them to do this plan. Like, is this random MRI room that nobody knows they're in.
The thing is, like, if they do it in a room that, like, because the thing is, like, if they actually do it logically, the doctor will be like immediately shut the thing down. But no, they have to make those two characters like fucking brain dead. And all I can think of.
And the MRI is cranked up to like ridiculous levels where it's actually like pulling stuff from across the hospital. I don't think that can get to that powerful. It was like absurd.
It was like, what the fuck? This can be used in the military, and then it's like, and then
because it went up to like research power, which I was like, okay, I guess this is a research hospital, or maybe I guess they can all do that. I don't know enough about MRI machines to know for sure, but I do know they probably can't go and affect like all of the metal through multiple rooms down from the room they're in. No, I in fact, I actually am going to confidently say they probably can't do that.
And so, and then this guy was like, oh shit. And then Eric was like, oh Bobby has allergic reaction. And then he just, and then he just, because he's a fucking moron, he just like suddenly go get away from a plan and just leaves the wheelchair. And then leaves the wheelchair. And I'll be like, what the fuck, man? Just so he can now just wheel him down to the emergency room.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the fucking magnet cut like the MRI machine like sucked his phone away, and including all the piercing.
Yeah, it pulls his phone and all the piercings, which at that point, no, I'm sorry, at that point, like,
the fuck, man,
that's just such an absurd level of power, like, for it to like be pulling it from across the room, and if it is,
and then this guy apparently pierced his dick for some reason.
Which it is a thing people do. I don't know why. I wouldn't do it.
And I was like, wait, wouldn't that suck your belt instead of if your dick's piercing? I was like, wait, wouldn't the first one you stuck would be your belt?
Yeah, the belt would be pulled probably first, right?
And then they fucking pulled a wheelchair in there. I was like, what the fuck, the wheelchair? Like everything in the room?
Yeah, and yeah, after it's pulling everything in the room, like Eric gets like pulled into the machine and crushed.
I was like, Jesus Christ, how strong is this MRI machine? How can you like launch a wheelchair so strong you launch a people through it?
Yeah, I feel that's the thing. I feel like so an MRI machine is a very powerful magnet. Like I said, there are people who have gone into an MRI with MRIs with various things, like things implanted in their body. Like if you have a pacemaker, you can't go into an MRI because the MRI is strong enough to literally rip it out of your body. But when you're talking about across the room, pulling like the wheelchair and pulling and like affecting stuff from outside of the room, basically it seems like to be affecting the whole hospital. Though the machine would be fried by that. You'd probably have fried half the hospital's power grid, to be honest.
Yo, because like even the things outside the hospital is getting moved around. I was like, fuck me. I was like, how is there no security? Genuine question, why is there no security immediately right now?
Yeah, especially because if it was possible for it to get this way, you would immediately have like some doctor or something like running like, oh my god, there's got to be something going on with the MRI machine. You know, the super powerful magnet we have, super powerful MRI machine we have over there.
Oh,
like you would have alarm bells going on basically at this point.
Yeah. Oh god. And so
because this is a hospital, there are people who are going to be. If the MRI machine is this powerful, there are people with pacemakers walking through the hallway getting killed probably.
And then we got like Bobby just trying to reach the anti-allergy like thing, and so he injected it, and he did not die.
Yeah, the epinephrine.
I was like, okay, sure. Oh yeah, and then it's like, yeah, he's in death pay list.
Yeah,
the plan did not succeed.
Yeah, because he didn't die or even really near die, and then after that, I believe that's when the
spring fucking launched into it. What the fuck, man? And it literally just shoots into his brain, drilling him.
Yeah, that at that point, I'm just like, this is an absurdly powerful MRI machine. Jesus. I don't think you need them one this powerful.
What the fuck is this movie?
Yeah, this was like probably the most absurd death.
Is this supposed to be maybe related to this incident? Because I'm not relating to this shit.
Well, no, I think this was one of those they wanted it to be like a cool, gruesome death. And the problem is, like I said, the only character that had any sort of characterization died here, and he wasn't even on the list, which was Eric. Eric was the only one that had like any sort of character to him.
The thing is, like, they said that it's like, oh, Eric died because he's like trying to like interfere with that, which is like kinda in line with the fifth film.
Yeah,
Was
well,
that true?
and Blood Dwarf did kind of imply that things get messy with when you try to interfere with death, which I got the impression it just means like, yeah, death can like hit you even if you're not on the list necessarily.
Yeah. It's because that's the thing they asked. Like, when you fuck with that, things get messy, and that's like, yeah, Eric's on death list because of this. And then they're like, yeah, they are next, so they have to get on like the death list.
Yeah. So the new plan after this and after Bobby's death is that Darlene is just going to go and sit in Iris's cabin.
I just want to say, so the Howard's wife saw everyone of his family died, and she literally got no reaction. We didn't never see her again.
All of her kids are dead.
Like all her kids, and his husband and her husband. Like,
I forgot she was in the movie at this point.
Yeah, she's just Miss Exposition Machine. Fuck sake. So right there, and then Iris was like, "Oh, Jesus!" And what am I supposed to say? Oh, by the way, there's only 15 minutes of this movie left.
Yeah. It feels like it just kind of rushed to the end because they ran out of time.
But what the fuck are you spending so much time on? I don't understand.
That's a weird thing. It's like, okay, so we know they spent 20 minutes with the intro stuff, which didn't actually amount to much. Well, it amounted to like our inciting incident, but then because it's so far in the past and none of these characters other than Iris ever come, and I guess Tony Todd come up, basically it's all wasted characterization that they did with that.
And then
with the whole like Skyview sequence, but that was like 20 minutes of the film right there. I would have much rather had that 20 minutes go to characterizing our actual, characters.
And then we spent a lot of time with like the dysfunction family, which I'm gonna be honest, because set up so much earlier. And then they have like not trusting, and then go to like Iris's house. Exposition died. No one believes her, so died. To be honest, the entire time is wasted on not believing that death is happening.
Yep. But the last 15 minutes of the movie is that their new plan, which is get Darlene to the cabin, to Iris's cabin, and Darlene will just wait it out, basically. Just wait there.
Oh my god.
Well, I think I said it would be an okay play, except for the problem is Iris's cabin is clearly a death trap.
Fuck me! It's like I'm playing Resident Evil. That's the feeling.
Yeah, it looks like it would be like an interesting like setting for like a different type of movie. Like if you had a Friday the 13th movie where it was like somebody who survived Jason and they're set up here, I could kind of like understand what you were going with. It's like some kind of the weird survivalist tinkerer type character. But with this movie, with Final Destination, you kind of have to go with the opposite of the way the cabin is set up, because the cabin looks like it's set up as a kind of this eerie like place full of like almost traps to stop something, and it's like, but none of that's gonna help that with death.
Yeah, and so
you want it like an overly sanitary looking place with no like sharp edges, basically.
And so they were like, yeah, let's. So and then the justification is like, no, everyone's gonna lock inside cabin, and Iris, Stephanie said that because I can see death, so I can help him. And then, oh my god, and then they Darlene drop and then I don't know what's happening.
Someone
dropped
this whole like sequence where after in the place, and like things start happening. It feels like they really wanted to rush things because yeah, it's someone dropped something, and then the
old lady.
RV gets like knocked over.
I don't know, because like they drive into a woods.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think they drove into like the pond that's there for some reason, which I don't know why Iris had that big old pond on her survival.
I remember
place.
like me like Angst talked about like a lot of this, but it's like, oh, that's just parenting.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, she did talk about a lot of the anxiety about her kids, not worried about her kids dying and stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, you're a parent. What do you mean? Like that is a normal thing. It's like this isn't anything unusual from just a particularly overprotective parent. It's just like, yeah, there is something actually after you.
Yeah, which is like, yeah, that's how. Imagine your kid is a firefighter. It's like, holy shit, of course I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's like it will. Even without that, just have it. Have you ever met? Growing up, did you ever have any like friends who had the helicopter mom, basically? You know, the mom who gets like super worried and concerned. I think everyone knows somebody who had that. So everyone's seen somebody who had that sort of mom, where it's like the overprotective, overconcerned, busybody mother.
Yeah.
Like that the implication was that's kind of what she was, just to an extreme, and it's like, yeah, it's very normal for parents to do it. Like they treat it like this, like, oh my god, it's a horrifying experience, and we were all just like, no, that's normal. Now death is after you, that's something to worry about, but and like I don't know, Darlene also just doesn't have I thought Darlene could have been interesting, but she's like one of the other big fails as a character, because she's just nothing at the end of the day. Because yeah, it's just a paranoid parent. That
Yeah, and then they're in front of this gate, and then suddenly the gate won't open.
Yeah, the gate won't open for some reason.
What the fuck? How the fuck do you not know how to open the gate? How do you get out in the first place?
Oh, it's also it is also a case of like, well, why was your plan to go? Do you guys even have the keys to this place?
I guess Stephanie had just like, it's like
I guess Stephanie grabbed the key after
it's like
after Grandma.
She just grabs everything, and I was like, and then her plan is like, oh, why isn't it open? I was like, dude, have you thought of just go down and just find a button to press it open? Legit question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looked like it was specifically the type that hard to get to open from the outside.
Yeah,
like this place is like a compound. That's why what I said before. It's like it's weirdly set up as though you're actively trying to keep something out, which doesn't really fit with the Final Destination premise. It fits more with like any number of other horror franchises.
I don't know. Maybe Michael Myers should be better.
Yeah, it would work better for like a Friday the 13th, or like a Halloween sort of setup, where it's like there's actually like one of these like supernatural serial killer types that you are actively trying to, or some monster that you're trying to keep out. But it doesn't really work for Final Destination at all, though. This compound, like I said, the mental hospital makes sense because you have like the padded wall. Basically, a mental hospital with these sorts of like setups, it's kind of almost designed so that there's no way, because they don't want people to hurt themselves. It's kind of designed so that it's really hard to get injured there.
And so this genius plan is to ram the car inside the building, and it almost like kill them because it's a car crash. I was like, motherfucker, why is this your plan?
I like the idea. Death is just like, I'm just gonna let this happen.
And then fuck me. And then Darlene, I really hate this shit. And then apparently as Stephanie's seatbelt does not open. I was like, oh no, what to do? I was like, just crawl yourself out of the seatbelt. It's a seatbelt. It's not it's a rope. Just crawl yourself out of it.
Yeah, like there's like well, you could probably actually with enough force like that out, but you could probably get something sharp to cut it. Because it's not like what Stephanie is up, like it's not her time because the mother isn't dead yet, and after she died, the mother dies, then it's Stephanie, and then it's the brother Charlie. I believe it's the brother Charlie after her.
And then okay, here's the other thing. Do you know how did the house explode?
I think it like gas line or something.
Yeah, because the plant hit the gas and the fire flies. Why is there a gas line here? Fuck.
Yeah, why didn't Death do that earlier?
This is so
with
easy.
With Iris.
So the entire thing just explode.
Yeah, so Death could have killed Iris the whole time.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but yeah, so as Darlene is dashing for the door, because for some reason they have it set up as though they believe this cabin is entirely safe and nothing. They're almost treating it like it's a magic place, even though the place is already kind of partially on fire by the time Darlene is dashing into it.
Yeah, and so the plan is to. And so somehow this does not kill Darlene, but he's able to help save his kid by and lift the lock out of it. So that's how. And I guess they just want to give Darlene a more heroic death. He saved her son.
I think they wanted to give her like a dramatic.
And just go save your sister. And now I'll be like, no, go save your sister together. The fuck, man. Jesus Christ. And if you want to save that, because at the very least, Charlie was not on death list immediately, so he can look out for you. And then, don't worry, and then Darlene immediately died. Fuck's sake. And so, Charlie tried to save Stephanie because she's on death list next.
Yeah,
and then she drowned. And then she finally got out of the seatbelt. My question is, and then she just falls off, and then I was like, wait, how the fuck? And then if she falls into the RV, and then my question is, how the fuck did Charlie even get you that quickly? Hey, is that? Oh my God, you have so much background noise.
Sorry about that. No, I don't know what. I try to keep it down, but I always forget. Sometimes it comes through, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, but
and on Streamlabs it always comes through.
That's okay. Because yeah. True, it's for streamers. I can hear everything.
Let me try turning down my mic volume. Maybe that'll help.
That's fine. But yeah, we just got to the death scene, so we have to be focused on. Fuck me.
Yep.
She just protected her, and apparently a piece of thing just accidentally sliced him because apparently there's a knife.
Yeah, there's a knife just right over there.
And he accidentally cut his own finger for no reason.
Yep.
Fuck off. And so that's how that's how Stephanie is safe. I keep mixing up the characters' names. This is how much I care about those characters.
Yeah. Stephanie is the main character, and she is the one who is saved. Yeah, because he uses the CPR, which was kind of set up and then never mentioned again at all in the movie. Because he's the junior lifeguard but uses the CPR in order to save her.
I mean, this would be a better scene if we actually shown that shit instead of just a throwaway line.
Oh yeah, you could have a scene of like, especially if you actually had the time to characterize the characters you were going to follow. If you had a scene of just maybe even a scene that involving one of the other characters that goes by like the local pool with him doing his lifeguard thing.
Yeah, and then her mom died, and then it's like, oh, I'm so sad my mom died, but hey, we're safe. Sorry. And then they're like, then they leave this burning building. Okay, quick question: how the fuck are they gonna escape? Like, I'm serious. They have to drive through the mountain, like a forest.
Yeah, they don't have any like vehicles. They're just like randomly in this like isolated mountain cabin. I guess they just follow the road.
It's like this is a fucking forest. How did even that was like? It's like, how long does it take for you to do that?
You'd probably reach like a gas station or something after a few hours. It'd probably be hours, so.
Yeah. But
yeah, but I assume you can just follow the road and eventually you'll come across something, whether it's another like house where you could call like 911 or.
And then oh god! And then they skip like 1 week later. But yeah, I don't think they have the phone because the phone should be like soaked in water.
Well, yeah, you just in general, I just don't. I think you have to like they could get out, but the funny thing about it is, so the twist ending with the whole like thing of the guy with the, I guess you could say the last scene in the movie where the guy explain where they're talking about how Stephanie was saved, and then that one guy's like, well, you weren't really dead. Yeah, your heart wasn't stopped, so you weren't really dead. And it's like, oh my god, death is actually gonna kill him. And then you have the train sequence that
I just want to say that this is all 1 week later.
So yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, was Death waiting for like comedic timing? Is that why it took so long?
And the other thing, I just want to mention, how the fuck does Stephanie's dad did not have no reaction to his wife died, and his son and his children literally just escaped death.
Basically, almost his entire extended family died in like a 3-day period. A week period.
And I was like, and she was like, yeah, that's happy. And I was like, your kid's almost dead. There's like no trauma, nothing, no discussion. There's just time jump. I was like, fuck me.
If this was like 6 months later, I could kind of believe maybe there'd still be trauma, but like I could believe people like kind of moved on a bit. But like we're talking about like a week later, yeah, it seems like everyone's kind of there. I don't know, like I said, your entire extended family died like last week.
Yeah. Oh god, and so they had to Charlie has a girlfriend the entire time. No idea, I've never seen him. I've never seen Charlie's girlfriend. Who the fuck that is? No idea.
Yeah.
So they had to the place. If you don't know this place is actually in the first film, in the beginning of the film, which is like where Iris used to live.
I see. Oh, so like her house. I remember now. Yeah, it's like this suburban neighborhood.
Yeah.
That I guess she used to live in before the Skyview incident.
So that's yeah.
That's the thing. The Skyview thing is one of those problems with continuity that just it's really bad to like introduce this big event that happened like 30-40 years ago that's never come up in like this. Now maybe there is reference to a Skyview incident in past Final Destinations that we just don't know about. Maybe it was like an obscure throwaway line or something. I doubt it. Yeah,
everyone referenced like
yeah, the flight is usually what comes up.
Because the thing is, because the flight is also constantly referenced, so this is a plot point everyone knows about. They reference Flight 180 when it comes to like the death. It's like, if Flight 180 is always the reference point, what the fuck is that? This guy never the reference point.
Yeah, it would have at least come up at least once. You'd think.
To be fair, that would be the bridge incident. But to be fair, the bridge incident's weird. I guess because bridge incident is always what leads to flight 180. So I guess. But let's just talk about this because like I really want them to survive because I really hate that the Final Destination films always kill off the main characters aside from the second film.
Yeah, it's kind of like depressing. It's like, well, what's the point of me? Well, also not only that, but it's kind of hard to in a franchise where the main characters are always end up dying at the end. It's kind of hard to get attached to them, you know.
And so let's talk about this. We only have 5 minutes of this film left.
Yeah.
Stephanie fixes his brother's rolls, and it like cuts herself. It like stabs herself.
Yeah.
It's cool. So and then the old lady has a penny. She actually dropped it, and this penny falls so far off.
Yeah, it falls off like it falls
Miles.
down to like a ridiculous amount of like it's like down the stairs and then down a hill and then eventually it gets to train tracks just in time to prevent the tracks from fully shifting so that it can derail a train.
The thing is, like, you do know that the penny is not gonna hold a train, like, not gonna hold a train trail, right?
Yeah, I just imagine they probably have like, even I don't know, even if it could, like,
you know, people in real life can bend the penny. It's that easy.
Yeah, that's the one thing, and also, I don't know. It's why did Def wait this long? Like, Def just decided to like give them a week for no reason. I don't know. That doesn't seem like what Def does. Def seems to tend to be. He's not efficient because he uses these like Rube Goldberg kills, but he always seems to, or it always seems to like act within like a few hours of itself. You know, like it just goes for the first opportunity. It seems.
True. God, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off because the Derek was like, oh, actually, because Stephanie out of nowhere said, I was like, oh, he brought, and then he's like, because like Jenny's dad was like, I understand it's quite a lifesaver. I was like, dude, that's the night their mom died. What the fuck will you bring that up?
Yeah. Especially because it's like a week later. It's not. This isn't like 6 months later where it's like. Even then, it would be inappropriate. But like, this is literally like a week after their entire family died, and this person's like brings up like, oh, isn't it such a weird coincidence though? You almost died after your entire family almost died. Like, I feel like I would. Yeah, that's not something you say.
That's something you said, and then she was like, "Oh, he brought me back." And this leads to like staff money. She's like, "Oh, she brought me back to life." And then Decker's like, because
well, you weren't really dead. Which, by the way, this was one of the things I was talking about. I was like, well, what counts as dead? Because I
will be like, wait, so because they did establish that you have to not flatline yourself. Yeah. I know you haven't seen the second film. So the second film, what Kimberly did, she drove a fucking fan into a fucking river.
Mm-hmm.
And it took the cop and like a lot of hospital staff to rush her to the hospital, like just to save her. And that was not planned by anyone. So that could not intervene. And so everyone can just rush her back to save her. Because that's like a long distance. And actually drowning inside a river, inside a vehicle. So it was like, yeah, I can believe that. And this was like, and they did not save Kimberly by CPR.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like weird that Def would like wait until like almost comic timing of them realizing like, oh no, we're actually not safe. Like a week later, I just don't think Def would do that.
Yeah, to be fair, that's a problem with every single film. But yeah, this is like Final Destination 4's bullshit because they did shoehorn the death so last minute.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we forgot we needed to. Yeah, which this is the thing. Like I said, I think it does actually hinder the franchise if you're just killing the vast majority of your like survivors just as a kind of shock death. Like, look, I get the trope. Sometimes the trope works. But when it happens every time, I just look at it myself personally and I'll go like, okay, well, what's the point of ever like getting what's the point of I don't feel like these characters I was particularly attached to these characters. It's not like I was emotionally like devastated or anything, but it's like there's no point in getting attached to characters in this franchise because they're all gonna die.
Yeah, this was it's like the formula. This franchise feels so formulaic because like they try to do something interesting in the beginning and they never commit to it and they just like do the same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird and I feel like when they're bringing up the oh my god, only life and death can break the cycle, so you either have to kill or my thought was or you have to like have a kid like that bring life into the world.
But
That's what I thought it was going to like be as like the the other thing when Tony Todd was talking about how there was two ways to break the cycle, and then it's like no, you have to die and come back to life. Okay. And yeah, it does fit with Final Destination 2, as you said. But I don't know. I feel like that. Why not just have it be like there's 3 options I know of?
Yeah, it's so
well, I guess the premise of the movie can't happen then, because
yeah,
but
and the thing is, and then they derailed the train. That's how the death killed. Why is there no driver in this train?
There probably would be. He probably did too. Or maybe he got a psychic premonition.
And also, where did all the people go? Like literally, because only Stephanie and like Charlie is running away. You see a bunch of
and
people.
They were setting up for like an event. There was a bunch of people, and then they all just disappeared.
It was like what the fuck, and then it destroyed a lot of like houses and stuff. It was like, oh, Death can organize all this.
It's like, well, Death, you're kind of a dick. You didn't have to kill all these like other people you probably killed doing it. It's just to kill them.
Yeah, and then they're like, yeah, let's just kill all of them, two in a row immediately. Final Destination Bloodlines, and yeah, that's it. That's the end. Because I'm trying just randomly with the route, like the most physics defying way. This is not how trains work.
I was gonna say this. By the way, this stream is typical of a stream with me, where we're like, "Oh, it'll be quick." 4 hours later.
Jesus. Yeah, because we just turned out there's so much a breakdown of this bullshit. It's funny though.
There's a lot of nonsense in this movie. It's fun to watch, but it's not good.
And then we just talk about the credits where the pen just rolls around the timeline thing that Stephanie created.
Yeah.
Where the hundreds
I
of
was fine with that. Yeah, I was fine with that.
I mean, they're like easier to accept. I don't know. It's so weird. Because also this is produced by John Watts. The Spider-Man guy.
Yeah, I think he had a writing credit for it too.
No, he has a story credit. He does not have a writing credit.
Oh, okay. And I just saw his name was listed for writing in IMDb, so I didn't know.
Yeah. Water Park. Yeah, that is yeah, and then they want to show that actually the penny is a through line because here's the thing: the Final Destination film always like references. When you throw a penny to the lake, to a pool, that means good luck.
Mm-hmm.
And in Final Destination, that was never good luck. And it ends with, in the memory of Tony Todd.
Yeah, it gave a dedication to Tony Todd, which makes sense because he's probably one of the. I guess you could call him the main mascot of the franchise who did die after shooting this.
Yeah, this is like his last role, which is like, oh fuck, I miss Tony Todd. He's a great actor. I mean, I'm glad that we don't see his death on screen because I would be so pissed off if they did.
Yeah, I feel like that would have gotten awkward, especially because he died after filming, but before this came out. And yeah, I also think that actually killing him off on screen might be a bit bad taste, given, like I said, how like connected he actually is with this franchise.
Yeah, so oh well, that's gotta be a shame. But hey, Tony Todd, and so that's a wrap on the film. What do you think?
Bad but enjoyable. I recommend people watch it with friends and drinks.
Yep, it's like this is so fucking funny. You have no idea how much we laughed together.
We did it. We had fun. No, I thought I was gonna hate it.
No, I was like, this is Final Destination. You're not gonna hate it. This is so campy as shit.
Yeah.
And hey,
Yep.
and now let's talk about the writers of this dumb film. It's
All right. What else have they worked on?
so for the people who know about horror franchises, this writer wrote the new Scream movies. Scream 4, Scream 5, and Scream 7. Scream 5, Scream 6, and Scream 7.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of their work. That would be the Guy Busick. Oh.
Yeah, and then he also wrote Abigail. That film we watched together, Abigail. You've seen that, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, and all his writing work is stock shit. And it's just like he's the go-to sequel writer when it comes to horror films, and none of them is. I don't think any of them are good because I've seen Ready or Not. I don't think it's good. I mean, I like it at first, but I don't. If I rewatch it, I think it will be really bad.
Yeah, like I'm not familiar with any of his work, as said.
But no,
I think I'm vaguely familiar with the original Scream movies. I'm not familiar with the new ones.
The new ones are shit, so that's all you need to know. And apparently he did like so fucked up shit. Like, I mean, people told me that he actually have like characters actually survived stabbing like 5 times and they did not die. Fuck me.
Well, you can survive 5 stabs.
See, of course, it's a Scream franchise. It's a generic horror franchise. That's a thing.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's very unlikely.
It's like whenever I said that, you have to remember what franchise are we on. We're not watching anime.
Well, no, I mean even like a normal human, like because the thing with the stab is it depends where it is and if it like actually like hits anything vital.
But yeah, good news. Yep. Fun. Final Destination. By the way, this is one of the better sequels this year.
It is, unfortunately.
Fuck me. No, we haven't finished. We haven't watched Final Reckoning. I probably will watch it because fuck it. I want to kill myself.
Yeah,
so.
I think the peak for me, at least Western media this year is gonna be like Andor season 2, and I don't know what well, yeah, probably Andor season 2. Penguin came out last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out last year. Yeah, then Andor season 2 clears everything else I've seen this year.
Easily. Don't think there's anything worthwhile this year.
Yeah, well, it's all like follow up stuff. I think the new Superman movie, which I don't know, maybe it'll be good, maybe
not. I don't think so, but hey, if you're interested, watch all the Final Destination films. It'll be funny as well. This fucking formula film. Okay. So the one thing I want to say is like before we go, do you know the original idea is not even this one for Final Destination?
Oh, what's the original idea?
The original idea is about first responders. So like the firefighters, policemen, those fun people. death is coming
Mm.
upon that because the idea is like those people who like risk their lives all the time to save people, and they always like fight death, and now death is coming for them. So that's the idea originally.
That could be interesting.
Because when I heard that,
I
I was
guess
like,
maybe they were worried they would come across as disrespectful, though. That's probably it.
what the fuck? Who the fuck cares? Like, you don't think this is more disrespectful when it comes to like all the family died?
Yeah, I'm just trying to like I'm wondering if they didn't think it might be like a bit rough to have a movie where a bunch of like firefighters and police officers just die.
Do you know what? Do you know what is more funny? Kids die in this film.
That's true.
What's like? You don't think this is more disrespectful? I mean, the thing is, they never provide answer why they scrapped that idea. Because when I heard that, I was like, that is interesting, and then they never do that idea.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting premise. I wouldn't mind. I'm just trying to like think on why maybe like some studio exec might have like said no to that idea.
But I don't know. It's like it feels like a director actually decided to like, yeah, I'm not gonna do this idea because I don't think John Watts even. I think John Watts would love that idea. But
yeah, it sounds like a pretty interesting idea.
Yeah, and okay, because oh shit, there's actually they actually wrote the script.
With John Watts?
No,
or
the detail of this. Let me look at this.
What about the there was two writers outside of John Watts. What did the other person write?
I don't know. Laurie Evans something.
They Desire, Wicked Games, Shockwave. Again, I've never heard of any of the Pranked. I think I know what that is. It was like a prank show on television. It's not particularly well regarded, apparently, according to IMDb. It's a 4.8 out of 10.
It's a producer.
1,000 Ways to Die.
The fuck?
Yeah, they seem to be like a
TV writer.
Yeah, low tier TV writer, not like TV, not really like as much TV shows that most people. They've got one project that they produced that's highly rated.
Oh shit! I think the reason is because the script got leaked online.
Oh, probably, yeah. No. Which I don't know. I kind of hate when they get leaked online and then like the writers change it, because if it gets leaked online but it's like actually an interesting idea, like let's be honest, most people are not going to see that.
No, they're not. And actually, okay, I'm actually looking at like I'm actually looking at a lot of like interesting things like fuck me. Oh, because not okay. No, it's gone. It did not. I think that's one of the ways because they have a series because like originally there's like two writers. The original idea of this is like written by two writers, but they left the project for some reason. And then they changed the producers. Yeah, that film got scrapped. I don't get why that film got scrapped.
I have no idea.
Jesus Christ, that you sound creepy in that voice.
What? Oh, I was stretching.
Yeah. Jesus. Yes. But oh well, that's Final Destination for you. But I'm gonna read out the original idea because that will be more interesting. Maybe. Okay,
I guess.
so
we might as well make it to the 4-hour mark.
Yeah. So original idea is written by the people who made the new Saw movie. So please don't watch it. It's gonna also be shit. So I'm not gonna hold out that it's gonna be good. So Marcus Dustin and Patrick Melton's first responder script isn't being used for Final Destination 6. However, what did that story look like? Who was the main character? What was the premonition accident? It's reviewed that in this video as well as the huge twist that was planned. I also discussed a revolving door kill that cracked parodies in 2020 with digital spies. I don't think anyone will look at revolving door in the same way again. Central character Vanessa, our lead EMT. Taylor, supervisor and friend. Officer Jerry, Officer Rachel, Jerry's partner and Vanessa's friend, Frank, firefighter chief, and Anthony, firefighter Rocky, Grant, hipster survivor, Rita, Grant's social media obsessed girlfriend. The fuck? I do. Yeah, the last two sounds so stupid. Main plot. After a traumatic on-the-job experience, an EMT named Vanessa returned to her role. Upon her return, she's called to assist with a crowded traffic field underground that's about to collapse. Vanessa has a premonition, but manages to save a few lives, and death comes after them one by one. Notable kills 1. Characters get crushed by a falling TV at a sports bar. Which, to be honest, that sounds that.
Okay. Depends how it is, because I guess I can kind of see that being a thing that happens. I don't know if you get crushed, but it could, because modern TVs aren't that like heavy, really. You probably could get like, so you probably could crack someone's skull open, I guess. But, or I mean, it could probably like kill someone through blunt force trauma, rather. But I don't think you'd get crushed by like a modern TV at a sports bar.
Second kill, character being crushed by school bleachers. School bleachers?
Oh, okay.
What is school bleachers again?
The things you see on at like sports events and stuff. The big metal like things. They'd probably be talking about like
those seats. What the fuck?
Yeah, the seats. Yeah, the metal seats, the bleachers.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, those sounds more relatable than what the fuck we just witnessed. Death by revolving doors. Oh wait, they almost did that in this film. 4. Crushed by a tree. 5. Fire station explosion that leads to the character's marriage, mangled and burned body landing several feet into the windshield of our lead character's door as they pull up on the scene. The fuck? Revolving door kill. The unnamed character runs to leave out of the door and they malfunction. He tries to move them with one of his hands and ends up getting 4 of his fingers cut off. The door begins to move just as he's about to exit, and he gets his second hand got caught and the fingers on the hand got amputated. Blood everywhere. He does manage to make it out, but is then hit by a speeding truck. Well, that is not a revolving door kill. You just got hit by a truck.
Yeah, a lot of these seem like I can believe that they would happen. A lot. Some of them are like question mark, like with the revolving door kill and the one with the bleachers. I'm kind of like that. I don't know if I buy that, but I feel like you have to put something like surprising and shocking in one of these movies just to, because you want the eyeballs.
I guess, but yeah, and then the plot twist. The tunnel collapse was caused by a motorcyclist who should have died a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds like it's an interesting premise, the idea of death going for like first responders who save lives and foil its plans. It sounds a bit like silly, but it also sounds like I think you could have made something interesting with that. The only thing is, like, I don't know how they break out of that. Because it's not like they're in a cycle, so would the rules be the same?
Oh. Yeah, I just look at the ending of that film, was like, yeah, it's not gonna be a good script.
Yeah, I feel like there's something to the idea, but unfortunately, like, good ideas are only worth interesting ideas are only worth so much. That's like the beginning of the project.
Yeah, that was not a like. I'll go for a lot of spoilers. I just don't think it will not be a good one.
Yep. Well, either way, this is probably a good place to end off.
Yeah, and then this is good. Yeah, it's a good place. But yeah, Final Destination Bloodlines. No one's gonna remember. It's just gonna be dumb fun bullshit.
Yep.
So yeah. So Rangi, are you doing anything interesting?
Oh, I'm planning to set up a stream here for the next probably within the next couple of weeks, doing talking to Art, covering the Millennium Actress movie, which is another one of Satoshi Kon's movies. The guy who did what's it called? Perfect Blue. That was it.
Oh, that's
the one
nice.
he's most known for. Yeah. Outside of that, I've been doing a playthrough of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 on my channel. I try to stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays generally. I'm doing a Baldur's Gate playthrough on roughly every other week. We weren't able to do it this week, unfortunately, due to some scheduling issues with our kind of crew, I guess you could say, for that. But I'm gonna try and do a makeup stream either. We haven't scheduled exactly, but probably this Saturday is what I'm hoping for. I don't know if that's on yet, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, I do video gaming stuff streams, and I occasionally talk about anime with people. It's most of what I do.
Sounds good to hear. So yeah, thank you for coming, and please, I swear to God, I hope they do not make a new Final Destination film. It's gonna be the same formula again.
Yeah, it's kind of the unfortunate curse of horror franchises that they get kind of stuck in a bit of a rut, and they don't really end up doing anything new.
I mean, then don't bring it back. That's why I said don't bring it back.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh well. So yeah, subscribe to Rangi, and unfortunately, Rat could not join because he has stuff to do. So, oh well. But yeah, see ya.
See ya. Goodbye.
Goodbye.